On the loneliest island in the world, the famous stone heads are not heads at all. Beneath the soil, each one carries a full body, shoulders, arms, hands folded across the stomach, some of them sunk 3 or 4 meters into the earth. There are nearly 1,000 of them, cut from the bones of an old volcano, the heaviest weighing as much as a small house, standing on a triangle of land, so remote that you could sail thousands of miles in any direction and find nothing at all. For generations, the textbooks told us that a small society at the edge of the world could not have done this, and then offered answers that keep falling apart. Not aliens, not some lost flood that swallowed the planet, something quieter and stranger, and far better recorded than any of that. And the island is only the first stop. Tonight, we walk through a handful of places scattered across the earth, each one carrying an anomaly the official story still cannot honestly account for. And we pull the threads one by one, and we throw out the silly answers as we go. Chapter 1, The Giants That Walked. For most of a century, visitors came, photographed the heads, and left believing that was all there was. Then, a team led by the archaeologist Joanne van Tilburg, who had been mapping the statues since the early 1980s, began to dig. What they lifted out of the ground was not simply a hidden body. Across the buried backs and torsos, sheltered for centuries beneath the earth that had swallowed them, were carvings, crescents, rings, and curving lines cut deep into the stone, a whole gallery of marks that no one walking the surface had ever seen. The burial had done something cruel and generous at once. It hid these giants from the world, and in hiding them, it kept their carved skin almost perfect. And the burying itself was no act of design. No one dug pits and lowered these figures in. Over centuries, the slope above them shed its soil, rain and wind carried it down, and the ground rose around the statues a grain at a time until only the heads remained in the light. The island did not bury its giants on purpose. Time did it, slowly, while no one was watching. That left the harder question, the one that had haunted the island for 300 years. How do you move a statue the weight of a small house, again and again, nearly 1,000 times, across miles of broken ground, with no draft animals and no wheels? The old guesses leaned on wooden sleds, armies of rollers, vast crews dragging dead weight across the land. None of them ever sat right with the people who actually lived there, whose own stories said something the scholars waved away for generations. They said the statues walked. In 2025, 2 researchers, Carl Lipo and Terry Hunt, finally took that claim seriously. They studied 962 statues, and they noticed something the draggers had missed entirely. The statues made for the road were different. They leaned forward. Their bases were wide and shaped like the letter D, cut so the figure would rock from edge to edge instead of standing square. So the team built a replica weighing more than 4 tons, looped 3 ropes around it, and put 18 people on the lines. By pulling from side to side in turn, they made the stone giant rock and step and rock and step. It traveled 100 meters in 40 minutes, upright, walking, exactly as the islanders had always said. This is the part the textbooks took centuries to admit. The people of this island were not helpless before their own monuments. They were engineers, and the proof was built into the very shape of the stone, waiting in plain sight for anyone willing to listen to them rather than talk over them. And if a society this isolated could solve a problem that baffled outsiders for 300 years, it raises a stranger possibility about what else they managed, alone, at the edge of the world. Because these same people, on this same speck of rock, appear to have done something far rarer than move a statue. Chapter 2, A Script from Nowhere. There is a piece of wood, dark and polished with age, resting now behind glass in a collection in Rome. Along its surface run tiny figures carved in neat rows, birds, fish, plants, shapes that look like little people with raised arms, hundreds upon hundreds of them marching line after line. This is Rongorongo, and it is one of the deepest puzzles the island holds, because it appears to be writing, and almost no one alive has ever been able to read a word of it. Across the surviving pieces, scholars have counted roughly 400 distinct symbols, repeated and combined across some 15,000 carved characters in all. That is not idle decoration. That is structure, the kind of system a people builds when they are trying to hold language in their hands. And here is the true weight of it. Writing, real writing, invented from nothing, has happened only a small handful of times in the entire human story. Mesopotamia did it, Egypt did it, China did it. The peoples of ancient Mexico did it, and possibly, on a triangle of stone in the loneliest reach of the Pacific, these islanders did it too. For a long time, the comfortable answer was that they must have copied the idea once Europeans arrived, that the sight of foreign writing simply sparked an imitation. But when researchers dated the wood of one of these tablets, the result landed between the years 1493 and 1509. That is more than 200 years before the first recorded European set foot on the island in the 1720s. The imitation never fit the wood. So a people the textbooks once dismissed as simple may have done the rarest thing a culture can do. They may have invented writing entirely on their own, with no one to copy, at the very edge of the world, and we still cannot read what they wished to say. The message sits right in front of us, carved, preserved, and silent. Now cross the ocean, all the way to a monument that millions have seen, and the question stops being how old a people can be, and starts being how old a stone can be. Chapter 3, The Rain That Should Not Exist. What could cut deep, rolling grooves into solid limestone in a desert where it almost never rains? Stand in the hollow that surrounds the Great Sphinx of Giza, and that is the question the walls press on you. The body of the lion and the rock walls of its enclosure are scarred with deep vertical fissures and soft, wavy undulations running from top to bottom in the way that water cuts when it pours down a surface over a very long span of time. Here is something worth knowing before we go on, because the whole argument turns on it. Geologists can often read how a rock was worn by the shape of the damage itself. Water falling from above, rain and runoff tends to carve vertical channels and rounded, undulating profiles down a face. Wind and blowing sand do something quite different. They cut sideways, scouring along the softer bands and leaving a sharp, ribbed, layered look. The two leave different signatures, and a trained eye can tell them apart. Robert Schoch, a geologist at Boston University, looked at the Sphinx enclosure and said plainly what his training told him. This is water erosion. Heavy, prolonged rainfall, falling over centuries. The trouble is that Egypt has not known that kind of climate for thousands of years, long before the textbook date of around 4,500 years ago, when the Sphinx is said to have been carved. To make the rain fit the stone, Schoch argued, you would have to push the carving back far earlier into a wetter world that existed as much as 9,000 years ago. Now, the orthodox case is not foolish, and it deserves to be stated fairly. The Sphinx sits beside structures tied to a known pharaoh. The surrounding tombs and causeways form a coherent picture, and the chronology holds together on its own terms. That logic is real, but it was built to explain the masonry, not the rainfall, and it has never cleanly answered the water in the walls. The erosion is still there. It has not been explained away. It has simply been set quietly to one side. And precision in ancient stone does not end at the Sphinx. A short walk away stands a structure that points to the heavens with an accuracy we would struggle to match even now. Chapter 4. The pyramid that points true. The Great Pyramid is lined up with the 4 points of the compass, and it is lined up almost perfectly. Its sides face true north, south, east, and west, to within a tiny fraction of a single degree. Not magnetic north, which wanders, but true north, the actual axis of the spinning Earth. We build with lasers and satellites today and rarely do better. They did it 4,500 years ago on a base covering more than 13 acres, and they held that accuracy across the entire footprint of the largest stone building of the ancient world. Sit with that for a moment because it is the kind of fact that survives every argument. You do not align a monument that size to the planet's axis by luck. It demands careful watching of the sky, a reliable method for fixing direction, and the discipline to hold that line as millions of tons of stone rise into place. Whatever else is true or untrue about this place, that much is measurable, and it is real. From there, the threads grow more tangled, and here, honesty matters more than drama. The writer Graham Hancock made famous a striking claim about the pyramid's proportions. Take its height, multiply by a certain number, and you come close to the distance from the Earth's center to its pole. Take the base perimeter, multiply by that same number, and you come close to the distance around the Earth at the equator. It is a genuine numerical echo, and it is close, within about 0.75%. It is also a thread to pull, not a proof. The number itself comes from our own mathematics. The match is only approximate, and a careful mind keeps it in the column marked interesting rather than the column marked settled. So we hold the solid thing in one hand and the intriguing thing in the other, and we do not pretend the second is the first. The alignment alone is enough to say that these were no fumbling beginners. And the same quiet command of the sky shows up again, far to the north, in a circle of stone that everyone believes they already understand. Chapter 5, the stones they carried. Everyone knows the shape of Stonehenge. Far fewer know that some of its stones do not belong anywhere near it. The smaller inner stones, the ones called the Blue Stones, were traced by geologists back to the Preseli Hills in Wales, roughly 150 miles from the plain where they stand today. Someone chose those particular stones in those particular hills and moved them, some weighing several tons each, across 150 miles of ancient Britain to raise them on a distant field. That is not convenience. That is intent, carried over an enormous distance for reasons we still do not fully understand. And the circle is not aimed at random. Its main axis is locked to the sun at the two turning points of the year. On the longest day, the midsummer sun rises in line with the avenue and throws its first light into the heart of the ring. On the shortest day, the sun sets along that same line in the opposite direction. These builders were not casual watchers of the sky. They tracked the whole year in stone, and they raised a machine of rock to catch the sun at its extremes. Now, there is a popular idea that sites like this one sit upon invisible lines of energy that wrap around the Earth, meeting at special points of power. It is a romantic picture, and we can set it gently aside, because when you actually draw those lines on a map, you can make them pass through almost anything you please. We do not need them. The real story is better. Real people, with no machines, chose stones from a mountain range 150 miles away and aligned them to the heavens with deliberate care. The mystery is not a hidden grid of energy. The mystery is the patience and the knowledge that it took. And if builders like this were already at work in ancient Britain, the obvious question is how far back this kind of skill truly reaches. The answer waits in a hillside in Turkey, and it is older than almost anyone is ready for. Chapter 6, the temple that breaks the timeline. In 1994, a German archaeologist named Klaus Schmidt came to a low mound in southern Turkey that earlier surveys had written off as a medieval graveyard. Schmidt looked at the same ground and saw what no one had allowed themselves to see. Beneath the hill lay enormous pillars of limestone carved in the shape of the letter T, some of them standing more than 16 feet tall and weighing as much as 20 tons. Their surface is alive with foxes, boars, snakes, and birds. He had found a temple, and when the dating came back, it broke the timeline. This place, Göbekli Tepe, was raised more than 11,000 years ago. That is, thousands of years before Stonehenge, thousands of years before the pyramids. It was built before writing, before pottery, before the wheel, before the first cities, by people the textbooks had placed at the very dawn of settled life. The order we were all taught, that farming and towns came first and grand monuments came much later, was suddenly standing on its head, carved into 20-ton pillars by hands that were not supposed to be capable of any of it. And that is the thread that ties all of tonight together. A lost island that moved giants and invented writing alone. A desert monument scarred by rain that should never have fallen there. A pyramid aligned to the spinning planet itself. A ring of stones hauled across a country and locked to the sun. And now a temple that pushes skilled, ambitious building thousands of years deeper into the past than we believed possible. Every time we dig, the date moves earlier. Every time we look closely, the people of the deep past turn out to have known more than we ever gave them credit for. So here is the question I will leave with you tonight. Of everything we walk through, which one do you believe the official story gets most wrong? And what do you think really happened there? Tell me in the comments. And do not be shy with the bold ideas, because this is exactly the place for them. And if you want to keep pulling these threads alongside me, subscribe and ring the bell, because next time we follow the trail underground into a buried world carved beneath a city that was never supposed to be there. High in the mountains of southern Siberia, there is a wall that no one will admit to building. Blocks of granite taller than a house, their faces flat, their edges meeting in clean right angles, set one upon another in a rampart that runs the length of 7 football fields. Single stones that the eye weighs at thousands of tons. The largest worked blocks anyone has ever claimed to find anywhere on Earth. The official verdict says that nature shaped all of this on its own, and yet the people who gave that verdict have never once put a spade into the ground to test it. No excavation, no dating, no study of a single cut face. Tonight, 5 places across Russia that the record has either never explained or never even examined. Chapter 1, The Ridge No One Has Dug. The man who brought these stones to the wider world is a Russian researcher named Georgy Sidorov, who in the summer of 2013 led a party of 19 into the high country of Gornaya Shoria. They were following local reports of something enormous and out of place on the ridges above. What Sidorov photographed there has been argued about ever since, and almost all of that argument has happened around the stones rather than at them. That is the part worth slowing down on. In more than 10 years, no archaeological excavation has ever been carried out on this site. No trench has been cut, no tool, no hearth, no buried floor has been lifted from the soil and sent to a laboratory. The official line that these are natural blocks left by erosion rests on a geological survey of the ridge crests made back in the 1990s, a survey read off the surface from a distance, not dug. Here is why that matters, and it is the thing most retellings get wrong. You cannot put an age on a structure like this by aging the rock. The granite is hundreds of millions of years old, whether a human hand ever touched it or not, so its age tells you nothing about when or whether anyone worked it. What an archaeologist actually dates is everything around the stone. The charcoal of a fire lit against it, a blade or a bead dropped at its foot, the slow skin of soil that gathers on the uphill side of a wall once it stands, the marks of the tools that shaped its face. At Gornaya Shoria, not one of these has been examined. So the honest position is not that the wall is ancient, and it is not that it is natural. The honest position is that no one has yet looked. And because no one has looked, the empty space has filled with the loudest possible stories. The most repeated of them holds that the scorched and scattered look of some of the boulders is the scar of an ancient war fought with weapons like our own, a prehistoric blast that flung megaliths down the slope. There is nothing to support that, and it is worth saying so plainly, because clearing away the wildest claim is what lets the real question stand on its own. The real question is quieter and far harder to dismiss. Why has the single most extraordinary stone formation in Siberia never been dug? If the one site everyone argues about has never been touched, what happens at the Russian sites that have been excavated and dated and still do not behave? Chapter 2, Russia's Stonehenge, on the record. In 1987, an archaeologist named Gennady Zdanovich was surveying a stretch of the southern Ural steppe that was about to be drowned. A reservoir was planned, the valley was to be flooded, and his team was there to record what would be lost. What they found stopped the water. Seen from above, It was a near-perfect ring. 2 circles of earthen and timber wall, set one inside the other, around 60 dwellings, laid out like spokes around a central court, each home with its own hearth and its own drain, feeding a system that carried water out beneath the streets. They called it Archaeim, and it is real, and it is dated, and it is roughly 4,000 years old. This is the answer to the doubt that the unexcavated ridge in Siberia leaves hanging. Here is a Russian site that mainstream science has fully accepted, mapped, and still finds astonishing. It does not stand alone, which is the first surprise. Archaeim is one of more than 20 ringed settlements scattered across the southern Urals, a cluster that researchers now call the country of towns, the work of a people known as the Sintashta culture. From their cemeteries came something that rewrote a chapter of human history without any help from alternative theory. The oldest known chariots in the world, spoked wheels and all, buried with their owners around 4,000 years ago. So seriously is Archaeim taken that in the spring of 2005, the president of Russia himself flew out to walk its rings. Now grant the mainstream case its full strength, because it is strong. Archaeim, the careful archaeologist will tell you, is a well-understood Bronze Age fortified town, and a fortified town that managed its water and its winters. This well is already a marvel without inventing anything. That is fair, and it is true. But a fortified town does not, on its own, explain the next part. The Russian researcher Konstantin Bistrushkin, who studied the site against the sky, argued that Archaeim functioned as an observatory, its walls and openings aligned to track as many as 18 separate events of the sun and moon across the year. By his measure, it answered to the horizon with an accuracy finer than Stonehenge. His reading is debated, and it should be weighed as his analysis rather than settled fact. But a defensive wall does not need to watch the solstice moon, and 20 of these rings did not fall by accident into the same careful template. The people who raised them left no name, no word we can read. Far to the southwest, on the shore of the Black Sea, thousands of their stone cousins were sealed shut with a precision that is harder still to wave away. Chapter 3, The Sealed Stones. Picture a single boulder, taller than a man, with a circle cut clean through its front wall as if drawn with a compass, and a carved stone plug shaped to drop into that circle and close it like a cork in a bottle. That is a Caucasus dolmen, and there are thousands of them. Around 3,000 are known across the northwestern Caucasus today, out of an estimated 10,000 that once stood. And of all those thousands, only about 160 have ever been properly excavated. Many were carved from a single block of stone. The round portal and its fitted plug are not later additions. They are part of the design, which means whoever built them could shape hard rock into matching curved surfaces that seal. For a long time, it was easy to call these vague and undateable, and that is exactly where the new evidence bites. On the Black Sea coast, at a place called Shepsy, archaeologists excavated a dolmen of the classic port-hole type and ran its associated material through radiocarbon dating. And the result, published in the journal Radiocarbon in 2014, placed this design more than 5,000 years ago, as old as the famous Mycop culture of the region. That is not a number from a website. That is a laboratory date in a peer-reviewed paper. At another dolmen, Koliko, found in 2008, the dating showed the chamber was used and reused across centuries, which tells us these were not one-off oddities, but maintained, sealed, returning places. And then there is the strangest line of evidence, which deserves to be handled with care. An Italian research group spent years measuring the way sound behaves inside ancient stone chambers. And at dolmens of this kind, they recorded a low-frequency resonance, vibration in a narrow band the human ear can barely register, the sort of slow pulse that is known to settle the rhythm of the brain. This work is contested, it sits at the edge of accepted science, and it should be offered as one group's finding rather than proof. But what makes it hard to dismiss outright is that the same researchers recorded the same effect at megalithic chambers far away in Portugal and on the island of Malta. Whatever the builders were doing, they may have been choosing stone and shape and place for how it answered to sound. These chambers were sealed above the ground. In the next range of mountains, someone cut their precision straight down into the rock instead. Chapter 4, The Shaft. In 2011, a Russian caver named Arthur Zhemikov lowered himself into a narrow opening on a mountainside near the village of Zayakovo in the Republic of Kabardino-Balkaria. What he descended into does not read like a cave. The walls run straight and smooth and parallel, faced with large blocks fitted at right angles with little gap between them, dropping some 40 meters before the passage opens into a tall hall. There are stretches that look less like a natural fault and more like a built shaft driven on purpose into the heart of the mountain. No excavation has settled what it is. The honest account is that geologists are divided, some seeing the hand of water and stress in soluble rock, others unable to explain the flat-faced, squared regularity by any natural process they know. That division is the mystery, and it does not need decorating to be strange. A vertical, polished, right-angled shaft with no obvious purpose, in a region threaded with old local stories of underground cities and almost no formal study to draw the line one way or the other. It is true that the area drew the curiosity of wartime treasure hunters chasing legends of hidden Aryan cities, and that detail gets told and retold, but it proves nothing about who cut the shaft or when, and it is fairer to set it aside than to lean on it. What remains is the simple, unanswered shape of the thing. If someone could engineer a passage like this down into solid rock and leave no record of why, what should we make of a mountain that local people say will not let anything live on top of it? Chapter 5, Death Mountain. In the forests of Karelia, near the old border with Finland, rises a low, broad summit the Sami people held sacred for thousands of years, and which others have come to call the Death Mountain. The name comes from what does not happen there. The trees that take root on the heights do not grow old. They twist as they rise, their trunks coiling, their branches bending back toward the ground, and they die young, so that nothing tall and ancient stands on the crown of the hill. Across that bare ground lie the sides, hundreds of boulders set up on small stones like feet, great weights balanced on a few points of contact, scattered in an order that does not feel like chance. Conventional explanation says the retreating ice of the last age set these boulders down where they sit, that the legs are an accident of how the rock fell and the ground melted. For one stone, that is easy to accept. For hundreds, balanced again and again in the same deliberate way across a single peak, the comfort of coincidence wears thin. What is not in doubt is that people knew this place and revered it. The Sami built no cities here. They came to a mountain that already felt charged, set their sacred stones upon it, and left it to the silence. There are reports of compasses that wander and instruments that misbehave on the heights. And whatever the cause, the mountain has carried a reputation for unease far longer than any modern measurement. 5 places now, scattered across thousands of miles of one country, every one of them either never explained or barely examined. The question is whether that is only coincidence or whether they share something we have lost the thread of. Chapter 6, One Lost Thread. There is a way these scattered stories could be tied, and it begins with water. 2 American geologists, William Ryan and Walter Pittman, proposed that the Black Sea was once a freshwater lake, smaller and lower than the sea we know, ringed by land that people lived on. Then, around 7,600 years ago, the rising Mediterranean broke through the narrow gate of the Bosphorus and poured in, lifting the water by hundreds of feet and swallowing the old shoreline. It is a debated idea, but it is a serious one, and divers working off the coast of Bulgaria have brought up the remains of settlements that now sit drowned beneath water once dry. Whole communities, in other words, can be erased from the record by a single change in the level of a sea. That is the honest thread between these 5 places, and it is worth being careful about what it does and does not say. It is not proof that one lost civilization built a Siberian wall, an Ural ring, a coast of sealed dolmens, a polished shaft, and a mountain of balanced stones. It is something quieter and, in its way, harder to shrug off. It is a reminder that the past is not full. Peoples vanish, their works fall silent, and the official story, more often than we like to admit, is simply the part that happened to survive. So set aside the melted stones and the buried curses, the loudest claims that crowd out the rest, and look at what actually holds. A wall in Siberia no one has dug. A 4,000-year-old observatory in the grass of the Urals. Dolmens with a true date of more than 5,000 years and chambers that hum. A shaft the geologists cannot agree on. A summit that has frightened people for longer than anyone can say. So here is the question to carry out of tonight, and it is a real one. If you held a single permit to excavate, one summer and one site, which of these 5 would you put the spade into first? And what do you believe the ground would give back? Tell us in the comments. And do not be shy with the bold answers, because the record here is thin enough that an honest guess is worth as much as the official silence. If these forgotten places are the kind of history you want more of, follow along and ring the bell so the next one finds you, because soon we travel to Japan, to the great keyhole tombs that have never been opened, and the emperors the law still will not let anyone disturb. The link is waiting in the pinned comment. Until then, keep looking at the stones. They are still saying more than the record admits. Every great structure ever raised by human hands was built in the same way. Stone set upon stone, foundation first, roof last. One was not. In the hills of Western India, a temple was carved downward out of a single mountain of solid rock, beginning at the roof and ending at the floor far below. It is called Kailasa, and it remains the largest thing of its kind anywhere on Earth. 276 feet long, 107 feet from the floor of its courtyard to the tip of its tower. And every column, every gateway, every elephant standing at its base, cut from one continuous piece of dark basalt with no joints, no mortar, and not one extra stone added anywhere. To bring it into being, the builders removed something close to 200,000 tons of rock, near 3 million cubic feet, and they did it with hand tools, in stone hard enough to blunt the edge of iron. And here is the part that should trouble you. No inscription anywhere on the temple names the people who made it or the year they finished. The date we give it comes from a single copper plate written decades later and found far from the site. No foundation was ever laid here. No block was ever lifted. No mistake could ever be taken back. Tonight, the temple that archaeology can measure to the inch and still cannot fully explain. Chapter 1, No Second Chances. Consider for a moment what it truly means to build the way the rest of the world builds. A wall rises one block at a time, and every block is a decision that can be unmade. If a stone is shaped wrong, it is set aside and another is cut in its place. If a wall begins to lean, it is taken down and raised again. For almost everything human beings have ever constructed, building is a process of addition, and addition forgives. You can pause, measure, correct, and carry on. Now turn that idea over and look at its opposite. Imagine a craftsman who is handed not a block, but an entire hillside, and told that a temple already lives inside it, and that his only task is to remove everything that is not the temple. He cannot put a single grain of stone back. Every strike of the chisel is final. A line cut too deep is not a delay to be fixed. It is a wound that stays forever. This is the art of carving, the art of subtraction, and it is how Kailasa came into the world. The builders did not assemble a shrine from parts. They carried a mountain away, piece by piece, until only the temple was left standing in the empty space they had made. We touched on the direction of the work a moment ago, the strange fact that they began at the roof. But the direction is only the surface of the problem. The deeper problem is that subtraction allows no rehearsal. Think about what stands inside this temple. Bridges of stone reach across open air to join the upper galleries. Channels run through the rock to carry away the rain. Stairways climb between levels. And narrow passages thread through the body of the structure where almost no one would ever look. In an ordinary building, any of these could be added late, once the walls were up and a problem revealed itself. Here, nothing could be added late. You cannot decide, halfway down the mountain, that two towers ought to be joined by a bridge, because there is no way to grow new rock between them. The bridge had to be seen, whole and finished, in the mind of the maker before the first cut anywhere near it was struck. And the stone that would become that bridge had to be carefully left alone while everything around it was carried away. Every drain, every doorway, every hidden stair existed in full as a plan before it existed in stone. The temple was solved before it was carved. And a plan that complete, held with no margin for error across years of labor, raises a quiet and very stubborn question. Who held it and when? Chapter 2. The date nobody signed. Walk up to almost any great temple in India, and the stone will tell you who built it. Indian builders were proud people, and they left their names. They cut dedications into door frames and pillars, naming the king, the year, the gift, the god. At the Virupaksha temple in the south, you can still read such a record today. Kailasa is silent. There is no dedication carved anywhere on it. The grandest piece of architecture of its age says nothing at all about who made it. So how do we date it? The answer rests almost entirely on a set of copper plates known as the Baroda plates, written around the year 812, roughly 40 years after the reign of the king we credit with the temple. Those plates praise a Rashtrakuta ruler named Krishna I, and they describe a temple to the god Shiva at a place called Elapura, so wondrous that even the gods who passed above it in their chariots stopped, astonished, and even the architect who raised it could not believe his own hands had done the work. Most scholars read that passage as a memory of Kailasa, and it is a reasonable reading. The names line up, the place lines up, the ore lines up. Let us give that case its full strength, because it is a strong one. And then let us look carefully at what it actually proves. The plates were written a generation after the fact. They were not carved into the temple, and they were not even found at the temple. They tell us that a marvelous Shiva temple existed and was remembered with wonder. They do not tell us that this exact temple, in all its final form, was finished inside a single 18-year reign. And there is a further wrinkle. The Indian archaeologist M.K. Devalikar, who studied the structure closely, concluded that while the bulk of it belongs to Krishna I, several parts of the complex were added later, under other kings, across more than one lifetime. The temple, in other words, may have grown in phases. The clean story of one king and one burst of genius begins to soften into something longer and stranger and far less certain than the textbook line suggests. We are sure the temple is old. We are sure it is sacred. We are far less sure than we pretend to be about exactly when and across how many hands it truly came to be. And that uncertainty only sharpens the next question. Whoever they were, how did they cut it at all? Chapter 3, Cutting Stone That Fights Back. Pick up a piece of basalt sometime and feel the weight of it in your hand. This is not the soft golden sandstone of so many ancient monuments, the kind that yields to a determined blade. Basalt is volcanic stone, born of cooled lava, and it sits at around 6 on the scale of mineral hardness, a scale that climbs only to 10. It is hard enough that working it with iron is a slow war between metal and rock, in which the metal usually loses first. The chisels would have dulled constantly. They would have needed reforging again and again, a forge burning somewhere near the site through every season of the work. The tools themselves were humble. Iron chisels, hammers, picks, wedges, and levers. One idea archaeologists have proposed for splitting the larger masses is older than iron entirely. You cut a row of slots into the rock, drive in dry wooden wedges, and soak them with water. As the wood swells, it pushes outward with astonishing force, and the stone cracks along the line you chose. It is a real technique used in the ancient world, though we should be honest that we cannot prove it was the method used here. It is a strong guess, not a confirmed fact. What is certain is that the carving was done by human skill, patient and disciplined and deeply intelligent over years. Now, this is the point in the story where some accounts take a sharp turn into the sky. Because the achievement feels impossible, people reach for impossible builders. The temple has been tied to old texts describing flying machines, and from there to the idea that beings from elsewhere shaped the rock. It is worth pausing on that and then setting it gently down. When engineers at the Indian Institute of Science examined those ancient flight descriptions back in 1974, they found the machines as described simply could not have flown. The physics does not hold, and we do not need them to. Reaching for visitors from the stars does not make this temple more astonishing. It makes it less. It takes the genius away from the people who actually earned it, the master builders of the Deccan, and hands their masterpiece to strangers who were never here. The truth on the ground is the better story. Human beings did this. Which leaves one more very physical problem. A temple this size means a mountain went missing. So where did it go? Chapter 4, The Missing Mountain. Stand in the great courtyard at Kailasa and look at the walls of rock rising around you on 3 sides, and then try to picture the absence. Picture all the stone that used to fill that space, the near 3 million cubic feet of it, now simply gone. That is the detail that has launched 1,000 wild theories. The claim that the rubble vanished without a trace, as though it had been spirited away by something other than human arms. It is a thrilling thought. It is also not quite what happened. Here is the honest version. And the honest version is interesting enough on its own. Rock that is carved out does not disappear. It is moved. The fragments in the broken stone were almost certainly carried off and used, built into structures around the site and out into the surrounding region, the way every quarry in history has fed its stone into the buildings of its time. The reason it seems to have vanished is not that it left the planet. It is that nobody kept the ledger. No one wrote down where each cartload went. And 1,200 years of weather and reuse and ordinary life scattered it beyond our ability to trace it back. So the mystery here is not a vanishing. It is a logistics problem of staggering scale. And that is arguably more impressive than a disappearance. Think of the sheer organization it demands. An army of workers, cutting and hauling in coordination, day after day, season after season. Somewhere there were people deciding where the spoil went, how it was carried, who carried it, how they were fed and housed and paid through years of labor. The missing mountain is not evidence of magic. It is evidence of an administration, a discipline, a society capable of holding a single enormous purpose steady for a very long time. And once you see it that way, a final question opens, the one that changes how you see the whole site. Was Kailasa a lightning strike of genius that happened only once, or was it the peak of something far larger that we have simply forgotten? Chapter 5, It Was Never Alone. For a long time, Kailasa is told as a miracle that stands utterly alone, a thing without family or precedent. It is not, and the moment you place it among its relatives, the wonder does not shrink. It grows. Because you realize you are not looking at a single impossible object. You are looking at the surviving peak of an entire lost mastery. Travel far to the north, into the Kangra Valley in the Himalayan foothills, and you will find Masrur, a complex of temples carved from living rock in the same broad age as Kailasa, by the same downward method, its central tower ringed by smaller towers, in a design that scholars have noted follows the very pattern Kailasa uses. Travel instead to the deep south, to a hill called Kalugumalai in Tamil Nadu, and you will find something even more revealing. A monolithic temple called Vetavan Coil, carved out of granite from the top downward and never finished. Its abandonment is a gift. Because it was stopped partway, you can see the method frozen in the act, the upper levels complete and polished, while the lower body is still locked inside the raw stone, waiting for hands that never returned. It is a cross-section through the technique, a textbook left open in the rock. Add to these the famous monolith shrines of Mahabalipuram, several of them also unfinished, and a clear truth emerges. This was a tradition, practiced across the whole of the subcontinent, refined over generations. And there is one last detail, almost forgotten, that changes the very face of the temple in your mind. The Kailasa we photographed today is dark, the deep grey-black of bare basalt. But when it was new, it did not look like that at all. The whole of it was coated in white plaster, made to gleam like snow, so that it would rise from the brown plain as a vision of Mount Kailash itself, the white peak in the Himalayas where the god Shiva is said to dwell. That is the temple they actually built. Not a black monument, but a white mountain, blazing in the sun, raised by people who knew exactly what they were doing and who did it again and again across their world. So strip away the things that do not hold. There is no alien signal here, no vanished rubble, no single inexplicable miracle. What remains, once the noise is gone, is somehow harder to hold in the mind than any of those stories. A people who could carry a mountain away and leave a temple standing inside the gap, who could plan every drain and bridge and stair before the first cut and never once be allowed to take a strike back. Who did it in stone that fought their tools, painted it white as a sacred peak, and then said nothing, leaving no name on any wall? That is the question I want to leave you with tonight. And it is a real one. How do you build something perfectly when every cut is permanent and nothing, anywhere, is written down to guide you? How do you hold a plan that complete, that long, with no room at all to fail? I do not think we have truly answered it, so I want to hear what you think. Tell me in the comments how you believe they did it, and do not be shy with the bold ideas, the careful ones and the wild ones both, because the people who carved this left us the puzzle and almost none of the solution. If you want to stand in the gap they left behind and keep asking these questions with me, subscribe and ring the bell so the next one finds you, because soon we travel south to that unfinished twin in Tamil Nadu, the temple they abandoned halfway, the one that may quietly show us how all of this was truly done.
On a hilltop in southern Turkey, there are stones that were already ancient before farming was invented. Pillars of carved limestone, the tallest more than 5 meters high, the heaviest close to 50 tons, shaped into the bodies of standing men, with arms, with hands, with belts carved around their waists, and raised 11,600 years ago by people who had no wheel, no metal, and not a single field of planted grain. Mainstream archaeology calls them simple hunters and gatherers, and then admits, almost in the same breath, that simple hunters and gatherers should not have been able to do any of this. Not the tools for it, not the numbers to feed it, not one farming village anywhere on earth old enough to have taught them how. Tonight, the hilltop the textbooks still cannot explain. Chapter 1. The weight of it. The hilltop is called Göbekli Tepe. And before we take another step, let us put two things to rest. There were no lasers here, and there were no visitors from the stars. The truth is stranger than either, and it is simply this. Every one of these stones was shaped by a human hand closed around a piece of flint, and the people who held that flint did their finest work first. Walk down the slope, and you come to the quarry, the bare bedrock where the pillars were cut. The channels are still there, carved around each block, following the natural seams in the limestone, the stone teased loose with flint picks and wooden wedges until it could be levered free. Then comes the part no one has ever quite explained. A finished pillar had to be carried uphill, sometimes 100 meters, sometimes 500, across broken ground, with no animals to haul it. The most careful estimates put it at around 500 people to move one of the larger stones. 500 to raise a single pillar in a single ring on one hill by people the textbook still pictures wandering in small and hungry bands. These are not rough standing stones either. Each great pillar is a figure. Look at one long enough, and the flat slab resolves into a body, an arm bent down along the side, a human hand with its fingers spread across the stomach, a belt worked in low relief at the waist. They were not simply marking a place. They were raising a silent congregation of giants in stone. Here is the detail that should stop you cold. When archaeologists set the oldest rings beside the younger ones, they found the craft running backwards. The earliest enclosures, the deepest and most ancient, carry the finest carving on the entire hill. As the centuries pass, the work grows simpler, rougher, less certain of itself. That is not how a craft is supposed to behave. Skill is something you climb toward, hauling yourself up out of clumsy beginnings into mastery. Here the mastery sits at the very bottom, in the oldest layer of all, as though these people arrived already knowing how and then slowly began to forget. The conventional answer deserves a fair hearing, because it is not a foolish one. Large numbers of foragers, it is said, gathered on this hill for feasts and ritual, and many hands armed with stone tools and patience can move a great deal between them. The deposits of animal bone really do point to enormous gatherings, and the argument holds together, but it explains the muscle and not the mastery. It tells us how a crowd might drag a stone. It says nothing about who designed the rings, who carried that geometry in their head, who held a skill that was already at its sharpest the moment we first see it. A crowd can be gathered, after all, and a stone can be dragged. But a crowd has to be fed, and feeding it takes time, and time is the one thing this hilltop does not seem to have. Before we ask how they built it, we have to ask when. And, before even that, we have to look at everything else these people left behind. Chapter 2. It wasn't one temple. For a long time there was a certain comfort in treating Göbekli Tepe as a single miracle, one lucky accident thrown up by an unusually clever band of wanderers. That comfort is gone. 35 kilometers away stands a second site, Karahan Tepe, and since the year 2019, a team led by the Turkish archaeologist Nekmi Karul has been uncovering something there that may be harder to explain than the pillars themselves. It is a room, not built up out of blocks, but carved down into the living rock of the hillside, cut from the solid bedrock from the top downward, the makers chipping away everything that was not meant to remain. What they left behind is a chamber of 11 pillars standing in a ring, each one shaped from the mountain itself and still joined to the floor it rises from. Out of one wall a human head emerges, carved fully in the round, its neck reaching from the stone so that it seems to turn and watch the room. Carving a free-standing pillar is hard enough. Carving away an entire room and leaving 11 pillars standing flawlessly inside it, with no second chance and no margin for a single slip, is a different order of skill altogether. Karahan Tepe is not the edge of it. Both places belong to a much wider cluster that archaeologists now simply call the Stone Hills, around a dozen related sites scattered across the same stretch of country, and all from the same impossibly early window of time. At Göbekli Tepe itself, only about 5% of the hill has ever been dug. Ground-penetrating radar has already mapped more than 20 further rings still waiting under the soil, and fresh surveys in 2025 turned up more again. So when someone tells you nothing has happened here since 2014, understand how badly mistaken that is. We are living through the richest stretch of discovery this place has ever seen. The discoveries are not only made of architecture. Inside one of the buildings at Göbekli Tepe, the excavators found a life-size statue of a wild boar, cut from limestone, and when they brought it up into the daylight, they saw something never before recovered from this age. Colour. Red, white, and black pigment, still clinging to the stone after more than 10,000 years in the ground, the boar's tongue picked out in red. It is the oldest painted sculpture ever found anywhere on earth, and it undeniably dismantles the idea that these were grey people living grey and brutal lives. They also left faces that look back at you. From this same region comes the figure we call Urfa Man, life-size, 11,500 years old, the oldest realistic statue of a human being anywhere in the world, with 2 pieces of polished black obsidian set into his eye sockets so that he is staring at you still. At Karahan Tepe, they raised a seated figure more than 2 meters tall, the ribs showing through his sides, his hands clasped, his face caught somewhere between agony and trance. Then, in 2025, came the strangest find of all. Göbekli Tepe gave up its first life-size human statue, laid carefully on its side and sealed into a wall on purpose, set between two of the great enclosures. A person built deliberately into the stonework of the oldest temple on earth, and simply left there. We are still asking why. At a third site, Sayberk, a wall came to light where the figures are no longer standing alone, but acting upon one another. A man grips himself between two snarling leopards. Beside him, another man faces a charging bull with a rattle clutched in his hand. The archaeologists who published the wall in the journal Antiquity called it the oldest known narrative scene in all of human history, not a list of animals. A story, carved into stone long before any story had the right to exist. So this is no longer one temple and one clever tribe. It is a dozen sites, made by painters and sculptors and storytellers, by people who could hollow a room out of a mountain and set obsidian into the eyes of a statue. Every last one of them, by the calendar, belongs to an age in which none of it was supposed to be possible, which brings us to the number that breaks everything. Chapter 3. The date that shouldn't be. So let us face that number. 11,600 years. That is the age the science hands to the oldest rings, and to feel why it is so disturbing, you first have to understand how the age is found, because almost everyone gets this part wrong. You cannot lay a slab of limestone in a machine and read its age off a dial. Stone does not carry the kind of clock that radiocarbon dating listens for. That clock only ticks inside things that were once alive, inside charcoal and bone, inside the burnt leavings of a meal or the lime plaster once smeared across a wall. So the thing being dated is never the pillar itself. It is the organic material packed in and around it, dropped there by the people who used the enclosure and by the fill that buried it once they were gone. That hands us something important to hold on to. The date marks when that material came to rest against the stone. It is a floor, not a ceiling. The carving is at least as old as the 11,600 years we can measure, and it could easily be older still. The number is not inflated. If anything, it is the cautious reading, the very youngest the stone is allowed to be. Even the cautious reading lands in the wrong place. Here is the story the textbook tells, and on its own terms it is a good one. First, people learn to farm. Farming gives them a surplus of food. The surplus lets them settle and stay and grow in number. Growing numbers with time on their hands eventually raise monuments. Farming, then villages, then temples, in that order, everywhere on earth. Everywhere except here. Here the monument comes first. These rings were raised thousands of years before the first farming cities of Mesopotamia, cities that do not appear until around 6,000 years ago. The temple stands at the wrong end of the sequence, before the farms that were supposed to make it possible. Let us be fair, because this audience deserves nothing less. That old line that these were people who could not so much as grow a field of wheat is no longer quite true. Newer digs have turned up cisterns, cut into the rock, the ordinary tools of a household, and, in 2025, the clear outlines of rectangular dwellings. People very likely lived here. But that does not shrink the mystery. It sharpens it to a point. The harder we look, the less this resembles a brief flash of genius from a handful of wanderers, and the more it looks like a settled, capable, sophisticated people stepping into the historical record already fully formed, at the precise moment the rest of humanity was barely getting to its feet. A people standing in the wrong order of history, far too early and far too skilled. If they were already that far ahead down here on the ground, then the next question is almost unbearable to ask. How far ahead of us were they when they looked up? Chapter 4, written in the stars. There is one stone at Göbekli Tepe that has drawn more argument than all the rest combined. The archaeologists simply call it Pillar 43. Its surface is crowded with life, a great vulture with its wings thrown wide, a scorpion, a coiled snake, and a set of shapes that have kept serious researchers awake at night for years. In 2024, a scientist at the University of Edinburgh named Martin Sweatman published a study in the journal Time and Mind, arguing that the marks on Pillar 43 are not decoration at all, they are a calendar. A solar calendar of 365 days, counting out the days and the months of a single year. Folded inside it, he argued, sits a date, the memory of a swarm of comet fragments striking the Earth nearly 13,000 years ago, at the onset of the savage cold we call the Younger Dryas. Not every excavator accepts this, and it is only honest to say so plainly. It is a published idea, and a contested one. But sit for a moment with what is even being proposed. That a people with no writing, no cities, and no metal carved a working calendar of the entire year and used it to set down the day the sky came apart over their heads. Pillar 43 is not the only thing on this hill that seems to be pointed at the heavens. The researcher Giulio Magli has argued that the great rings themselves were aligned to the rising of Sirius, the brightest star in the sky, the alignment drifting across the centuries as the star itself drifted. That too is debated. Yet the pattern is hard to wave away. Again and again, separate people studying this one hilltop keep turning up the same thing staring back at them, the sky. There is one smaller mystery on that stone, easy to walk past. Near the top, set in a neat row, sit three little shapes that look uncannily like handbags. A flat top above a rounded body, the very same shape that surfaces thousands of years later in the art of the Sumerians and in other places scattered right across the ancient world. No one has truly explained what they are, or why that one small symbol keeps reappearing in so many distant and unconnected places. Is it a mere coincidence, or the faded thumbprint of a shared ancestry we are only just beginning to name? It is real, it is carved, it is genuinely unexplained, and I would love to know what you make of it. I will be straight with you about what I left on the floor. I set aside the claim that this pillar is the Book of Revelation carved in advance, and that another stone here holds the written name of God. Those are reaches, and you deserve the version that still stands without them. What remains, the plain arithmetic of a 365-day year cut into rock, is strange enough on its own. A calendar, a comet, a people watching the heavens closely enough to record the date the world changed around them. Which leaves the last question, and the oldest one of all. What were they trying so hard to remember? Chapter 5. A Memory of a Lost World. That question carries us off the hilltop and out into the world that surrounded it, because something did happen to that world, and it is not a myth. Nearly 13,000 years ago, the planet was thrown, inside a single human lifetime, into a sudden and brutal cold, the Younger Dryas. The ice came back. Great animals vanished from whole continents at once. Whatever life people had managed to build in the warmth before it was torn apart. Then, as the cold finally loosened its grip, on a hilltop in what is now Turkey, a sophisticated people step into view as though from nowhere, already knowing how to carve, how to count, how to build, and how to remember. The people who follow this channel will hear in that an old and powerful story, a world that came before our own, a reckoning of water and of ice. Survivors carrying knowledge out through the disaster and setting it down in stone on the far side, so that what had been lost would not be lost completely. I am not going to tell you that Göbekli Tepe is the altar of Noah, or hand you a certainty that the stones themselves refuse to give. But I will tell you this much. The bones of that story, a real and global catastrophe followed directly by a people who emerge from behind it already wise, are not an invention. They are sitting right there in the science, waiting. So let me be honest about what is solid and what is not. The catastrophe is solid. The age of the hill is solid. The dozen sites, the painted boar, the obsidian eyes, the carved calendar, all of it solid. What is not solid is the name we choose to give the builders. whether they were the survivors of some drowned and forgotten age, or keepers of a memory older than themselves, or simply a people we have badly and consistently underestimated, that part is yours to weigh. My only task tonight is to put the real things into your hands. And the real things are carved all across that hill. Foxes and boars, cranes and snakes, scorpions and the great horned bulls. Not, whatever you may have been told, creatures from far-off lands. These were the animals of their own country, the ones they lived beside. But notice which ones they chose to make eternal, not the gentle game they hunted for meat, the dangerous ones. The predators, the things armed with teeth and venom and horns. They did not carve their supper into the rock to outlast them. They carved what they feared and what they revered. Whatever it was they were trying so hard to remember, they meant it to outlive them. And it has, by more than 11,000 years now, and the count is still running. Chapter 6. Who carved it? So where does all of this finally leave us? Not with an answer. The textbook cannot give us a clean one, and I am not going to stand here and pretend that I can either. But look at what we are holding now that we have walked the hill. Stones of 50 tons, raised without a wheel or a draft animal anywhere in sight, a room cut whole from the heart of a mountain, with 11 pillars left standing inside it, and not one of them spoiled. Paint that outlived the Ice Age. A carved face that still watches an empty room through eyes of polished obsidian, a calendar that counted out the year and may have marked the night the sky fell, a dozen hills standing in the wrong order of history, made by a people who walk into the human record already knowing far, far too much. And maybe, in the end, the most human thing on that whole hill is not the engineering at all. It is the impulse underneath it, the need to remember, and the need to be remembered, to gather up what you have seen, and what you have loved, and what you have lost, and cut it so deep into the stone that 11,000 years of silence cannot quite wear it away. These people did not want to vanish without a trace. There is something in that longing that every one of us still carries. The same quiet instinct that makes us scratch our names into wet concrete, keep photographs we will never look at again, and stand at the graves of people we never met. It may be the oldest part of being human, and it was already fully awake in them 11,600 years ago. Whatever else they were, in that one thing, they were us. So the last word should not really be mine. It belongs to you, and not to whatever a teacher once told you, but to what you find yourself believing now that you have stood, even for the length of an hour, among these stones. Who were they? And what had they seen that mattered so much they would spend their short lives cutting it into limestone just so that it could not be forgotten? The careful official answer has had 11,600 years to settle into place, and even now it is not quite settled. Beneath that hill, in the 95% that no spade has yet touched, the rest of the answer is still lying in the dark, exactly where they left it for us. We have only just begun to listen.
Scattered across the length of Britain, in valleys that never shared a road, and on hills that never traded a single word, the same three impossibilities keep rising out of the ground. Weight that should never have moved. Geometry that should not have existed yet. And sunlight, caught and bent and folded into stone, as if time itself were a thing that could be engineered. 6 places, one signature pressed into all of them. Mainstream archaeology has an answer for each site, taken one at a time, and almost nothing to say about why the same answer keeps failing in the same way, again and again, 100 miles apart. Some have called it an energy grid. Others, a landing strip for visitors from the stars. We can do better than that, because the real evidence is stranger, and it is still standing where anyone can walk up and touch it. Tonight, the pattern, the textbook explains, one stone at a time, and never as a whole. Chapter 1, The Devil's Arrows. We begin in North Yorkshire, in a flat field on the edge of Boroughbridge, where 3 pillars of weathered gritstone stand in a rough line beside a road that did not exist when they were raised. They are called the devil's arrows, and the local story is that the devil hurled them down in anger. The truth is heavier. The smallest of the three weighs more than 25 tons. The largest rises close to 7 meters into the air and sinks deep below the soil on top of that. Now here is the detail that changes everything, and it is a detail you can check for yourself. This particular grit does not come from the ground beneath them. It is millstone grit, and the nearest source that matches it is a place called Plumpton Rocks, roughly 9 miles to the south. We know this is not guesswork because there is a real method behind it. Geologists fingerprint a stone the way a detective fingerprints a hand. They read its mineral composition, its grain, the precise signature of the bed it was cut from, and they match that signature to a parent outcrop. The grit of these pillars points home, and home is 9 miles of broken country away. So somebody quarried 3 blocks, each as heavy as a loaded lorry, and dragged them 14 kilometers across rivers and rising ground, and then stood them upright with such care that they fall into a deliberate line, and that line does not end at the field. It runs north into one of the most extraordinary monument complexes in Britain, the Thornborough Hengies, 3 vast earthen rings that many researchers believe were laid out to mirror the belt of Orion in the night sky. The mainstream reply to all of this is that the effort was ritual, that these were sacred markers raised for devotion, and that may well be true. But grant the point fairly, because it is a fair point, and then look at what it quietly leaves unexplained. Ritual tells us why a people might long to move a mountain. It tells us nothing about how. It does not survey a route. It does not clear a path for a 25-ton load. It does not organize the sustained labor of hundreds across the months such a haul would demand. The devotion is not in question. The capability is. And the capability is the thing the simple story keeps stepping around. If they could line 3 giants up with the Temple of the Stars 9 miles away, then we have to ask what else these people could place exactly where they wanted it. Even, perhaps, where no one would ever think to look. Straight down. Chapter 2, Stanton Drew. In the summer of 1997, a survey team walked a quiet field in Somerset, near a village called Stanton Drew, pushing instruments that read the ground without breaking it. Above the grass stood a circle of old stones, pleasant enough, the kind of place a visitor admires for 10 minutes and then forgets. What the instruments found beneath the grass has not been forgotten since. The readout filled with rings. Not one buried circle, but 9, set one inside the other, concentric, ordered, deliberate. More than 400 pits, each about a meter across, arranged in those 9 rings and ringed in turn by an enormous ditch 135 meters from side to side. Those pits once held posts of a size that means whole mature trees, raised upright in their hundreds, in a structure so large it could never have carried a roof. The Stanton Drew that people had strolled past for centuries was the faint surface trace of something that, in its first form, rivaled and in raw scale exceeded the great timber monuments near Stonehenge. And here is where it gets stranger. Nothing was hidden by any hand. No one buried this to keep it from us. The timber simply rotted away in the ground over thousands of years, and the sheer size of what once stood here stayed invisible for that entire time, in plain sight, beneath a field that people thought they understood completely. It took modern machines to see what the naked eye never could. Stand among the stones that do remain, and you find 3 of them leaning together in a tight group, the antiquarians, named the Cove. 3 great slabs, almost touching, framing a space barely large enough for a few people to gather. Independent researchers have long wondered whether such enclosed stone chambers were shaped for sound, for the way a low voice or a struck note behaves when it is caught and folded between dense rock. That remains an open question, untested and unproven, and it is worth keeping it exactly there, as a question. But the question only exists at all because the builders kept making choices we still cannot fully read. A monument larger than its famous southern cousins, sitting unseen beneath a meadow until our own lifetime. It makes you wonder how much of the ancient world is still down there, waiting for the right instrument to find it. And it makes you wonder the opposite question too. How large does a single stone have to be before it simply refuses to be hidden at all? Chapter 3, Rudston Monolith. There is a Christian churchyard in the East Riding of Yorkshire where the dead lie in neat rows around a medieval church. And in the corner of that churchyard stands something far older than any grave and far older than the faith. It is a single stone, and it is the tallest standing stone in all of Britain. The Rudston Monolith rises more than 7.5 meters above the turf, a slab of gritstone taller than the houses around it. Its weight is reckoned at around 40 tons. And once again, the rock is a traveler. The nearest gritstone that matches it lies near the coast, some 15 kilometers away, which means this giant too was chosen, cut, and hauled past closest stone for reasons that mattered enough to justify the labor. The pattern from the devil's arrows repeats in a different county, raised by a different people on an even greater scale. Then there is what lies beneath. When curiosity got the better of an 18th century landowner, the ground around the base was opened, and the buried portion was found to run so deep that the part below the soil may be nearly as long as the part standing above it. Picture that. The stone you can see is perhaps half the stone that is truly there. A column of rock, the height of 2 houses, planted in the earth like a nail driven down by something far larger than a man. But the detail that lingers is not the size. It is the church. A medieval congregation did not build their house of worship a respectful distance from this older giant. They built it right beside the stone, close enough to touch, deliberately, on the very ground the monolith already commanded. The name of the village remembers why. Rudston comes from an Old English phrase meaning the cross stone, the place of the rood, a name that records the moment a new religion reached out and tried to fold an older, stranger power into itself rather than tear it down. You do not build on a place like that to erase it. You build on it because the place was already holy, already heavy with meaning, long before you arrived, and you want that meaning for your own. The stone was venerated. The church came to the stone. And that tells us the people who raised it had marked this ground as sacred so powerfully that the memory of it outlived their entire world. They chose their stone and hauled it across the land on purpose. At the very next site, the choosing of the stone becomes harder still to explain. Chapter 4, Long Meg and Her Daughters. In a quiet corner of Cumbria, a great ring of boulders sits in a farmer's field. 69 of them, fallen and standing, drawn out into a wide oval. They are called the Daughters, and they are local stone glacial boulders left by the ice and gathered from the land all around. But set apart from the ring, standing alone like a sentinel watching over the rest, is a single tall pillar of a different color entirely. She is called Long Meg, and she is red sandstone. That difference is not an accident, and it is the first thing worth slowing down on. The builders had 69 stones of one kind ready to hand, and yet for the one stone that mattered most, the one they set apart, they went elsewhere. They brought in a different rock, of a different color, from the valley of the River Eden, and they raised it on its own. Whatever Long Meg was, she was special enough to be made of something the others were not. And her surface carries the deepest part of the mystery. Cut into the red sandstone are markings, a circle within a circle within a circle, a spiral turning inward upon itself. The strange grammar that archaeologists call cup and ring marks. These are not random scratches. They are a deliberate, symbolic language pecked patiently into stone, and the unsettling thing about them is their reach. The same circles, the same spirals, the same vocabulary appears on stones across Ireland, across Scotland, along the whole Atlantic edge of Europe, carved by people, separated by water, and by centuries, and to this day no one can tell you with certainty what a single mark of it means. Long Meg does something more. As the sun dies on the shortest day of the year, the midwinter sunset, She casts her long shadow across the center of the ring, a line drawn in light from the one stone that was carried in, reaching to the heart of the circle the builders meant her to mark. The ring is a calendar, and she is its hand. And she does not stand alone in the landscape. Beside the circle run the traces of a long earthwork avenue and a great enclosure, the bones of a far larger plan. These people could choose a stone for its color, carry it across country, write upon it in a code that still defeats us, and align the whole arrangement to the turning of the year. So the question that follows is almost inevitable. If they could do all of that, could they also command the shape of the circle itself? In a valley almost no one visits, the answer is uncomfortably exact. Chapter 5, Swinside. To reach Swinside, you have to want to reach it. It lies in a fold of the hills in the southwest of the Lake District, far from any road that matters, a place the modern world mostly forgot and the tour buses never found. And that isolation is exactly why it is such powerful evidence. Standing in that empty valley is a ring of 55 stones set close together, shoulder to shoulder, in a circle so clean and so true that it stops you where you stand. The ring is nearly 27 meters across, and when it was first raised, it likely held around 60 stones in an almost perfect circle. Not a rough loop, not an approximation. A genuine, measured, geometric circle laid out on uneven ground with a precision that should not be possible without a method, without a way of fixing a center and holding a constant radius all the way around. The men who study these places are not given to flights of fancy, and yet one of the most respected of them, the archaeologist Aubrey Burle, called Swinside the loveliest of all the circles in this whole corner of Europe. Now hold on to where we are standing. This is not Stonehenge. There is no crowd to impress here, no great processional approach, no fame, nothing to perform for. A people raised a near-perfect circle of stone in a hidden valley where almost no one would ever see it, and they raised it with the same care they would have given to a cathedral. You do not bring that kind of precision to a place no audience will ever reach, unless the precision itself was the point, unless getting it exactly right mattered to them for its own sake. And Swinside is not alone. It belongs to a family of these Cumbrian rings, Long Meg among them. And some researchers have traced what looks like a deliberate geometry written across the wider landscape itself, several of these circles set at the corners of a vast figure, with one corner now lost beneath the sea off the Cumbrian coast. That last claim is one to weigh carefully and check for yourself. But the circle in front of us needs no such argument. It is enough on its own to prove that these builders held in their hands a science of measurement we are still strangely reluctant to credit them with. They mastered the ground. The last of our 6 places shows they had mastered something far harder to hold: the sky and the moment. Chapter 6, Bryn Celyn Dydw. On the island of Anglesey, off the coast of Wales, there is a low green mound that looks, at first, like nothing at all. A grassy hill with a dark stone passage leading into its heart. It is called Bryn Celyn Dydw, the mound in the dark grove. And for one morning each year, it does something that took modern researchers, working with instruments and careful observation, to finally prove and document in our own era. It catches the sun. On the morning of the summer solstice, the longest day, the first light of the rising sun does not merely fall upon the mound, it enters it. A narrow beam runs the length of the stone passage, straight and clean, and strikes the chamber at the center of the mound, lighting a darkness that stays dark for every other dawn of the year. This is not a legend. The alignment was studied and confirmed by researchers working with the National Museum of Wales, who measured exactly what the builders had built. To aim a corridor of stone at a single sunrise, you must first know precisely where on the horizon that sunrise will appear, on one day out of 365, and then raise tons of rock to meet it. It is the same order of knowledge that aligned the great monuments of Egypt, achieved here on a small island in the cold northern sea. And the builders did not start with a tomb. Before the mound was ever raised, this ground held a henge and a circle of standing stones, an earlier sacred place, and the tomb was built over it, the new monument laid deliberately upon the old, just as the church at Rudston would one day be laid upon its stone. The reverence for this exact spot ran down through the ages. At the heart of it, there once stood the strangest object of all, a single carved pillar, its surface covered in flowing, serpentine, spiraling lines, winding across the stone with no clear beginning and no end. It is among the most richly decorated stones of its age anywhere in Wales, and like the marks on Long Meg, no one can tell you for certain what it was ever meant to say. The original now rests in a museum, and a faithful copy keeps its place in the dark. So we come to the end of our 6 places, and the thread that runs through them will not let go. Stones too heavy to move, moved. A monument too large to hide, hidden for thousands of years beneath a quiet field. A circle too precise to raise by eye, raised in an empty valley. A code we cannot read, repeated across an ocean. And a sunrise caught in a corridor of rock with the patience of an astronomer. 6 sites, scattered across an island, separated by hundreds of miles and uncounted years, and in every one of them the same impossible competence surfaces again, as if it were remembered rather than invented. The textbook has an answer for each of them, taken alone. It has no answer for the pattern. So the question we leave standing is yours to weigh. If these builders never met, why does the same skill keep rising in place after place? Was it coincidence? Was there a shared teacher we have lost from the record? Or was it something we have not yet found the name for? Tell us in the comments which of the 6 convinced you, and what you believe ties them together. The bolder the idea, the better, because the careful answer has already had its turn, and the stones are still standing there, still unexplained, waiting for a better one. If you want to keep walking these forgotten places with us, stay close. And next time we will go further still, out to a coastline where the ruins run on beneath the waves. Until then, keep looking at what they left behind. It is still trying to tell us something. Carved into a hillside in Portugal and into a ridge in Turkey 5,000 years older stands the same impossible thing, a giant stone shaped by human hands into the figure of a standing body. 2 peoples, a continent and an age apart, who could never have met, and yet who left the same idea cut into the same stone. And it is not all they share. The same aligned monuments rise in England, in Ireland, on an island far out at sea, every one of them marked with the same silent signs. The textbooks call it coincidence, no shared road, no shared language, no shared century. And still, the same blueprint waiting in the stone. Tonight, the pattern mainstream history has never been able to explain, and the weathered hill in Portugal at the very heart of it. Chapter 1, The Same Sky. The hillside in Portugal has a name. The stones of Almendres, nearly 100 of them, set into a great ellipse on the slope above Évora 7,000 years ago, 2,000 years before the first stone of Stonehenge was ever lifted. That much you may already have heard. What the textbooks pass over quickly is the thing worth slowing down for. It is not that these stones face the sunrise, it is how exactly they face it. When archaeologists measured the long axis of the ellipse, they found it did not merely point east in some loose and hopeful way. It held to the rising sun of the equinox within a fraction of a single degree. One stone near the crown of the hill carries a shallow cleft, and into that cleft, on the morning when day and night fall equal, the first light settles as though the notch had been cut to hold it. And a little over a kilometer away stands a second stone, alone, more than 4 meters tall, placed so that a line drawn from the circle out through that lonely pillar meets the sun at the turning of the year. 2 instruments, set more than a kilometer apart, in quiet agreement with the sky. If this stood alone, we could call it the happy accident of one clever people. It does not stand alone. Far to the north, in Ireland, a low green mound called Newgrange was raised more than 5,000 years ago, and above its doorway the builders left a narrow opening in the stone. For all but a few mornings of the year, it does nothing at all. Then, at the winter solstice, the rising sun threads that opening and runs the length of a long stone passage until it reaches the very back of the chamber and rests there for 17 minutes. The archaeologist who first stood inside to watch it happen wrote the date in his notebook, the 21st of December, 1967. Cross the water to England, and the great axis of Stonehenge is laid along that same solstice line. Sail to the islands of Malta, where a temple older than 5,000 years takes the equinox sun square in its doorway and the solstice sun in its corners. 4 peoples, 4 corners of one wide world, the same small handful of mornings marked in stone. Here a fair question rises. Could this simply be what happens by chance when enough people raise enough monuments? An archaeologist named Michael Hoskin asked exactly that, and rather than guess at it, he measured. He recorded the orientation of more than 2,500 ancient tombs and temples across the Mediterranean and Iberia, and when he laid all the numbers together, they did not scatter at random. They leaned overwhelmingly toward the rising sun. Chance does not lean. Chance scatters. A pattern that leans is a decision made over and over by people who had already agreed on what mattered, which leaves us holding a heavier question than the one we began with. To aim a building at the sky, you must first raise the building. And the stones these people raised should have been far beyond them. Chapter 2, Stones that should not move. Begin in Brittany, on the coast of France, with a single block of stone that weighs 330 tons. 330. It once stood upright, taller than a 6-story building raised almost 7,000 years ago. And it was cut loose and dragged to that spot from somewhere else entirely. It is the heaviest single stone any people of that age are known to have moved, and nothing we understand about them says they should have been able to. The textbook reply comes quickly. Ropes of plant fiber, timber sledges, rollers, banked earthen ramps, and enough patient hands. And yes, given time and numbers, a determined crowd can move great weight, and we should never make the lazy mistake of thinking these people simple. But notice how fast that answer hurries past the part that actually matters. It tells us they could drag the stone. It does not begin to tell us how they knew, to the inch, where each of those tons had to come to rest. 2 years ago, in one of the most respected science journals in the world, a team carried that question to the great dolmen of Menga in southern Spain, a tomb raised almost 6,000 years ago beneath a single capstone of 150 tons. What they found was not muscle, it was engineering. The builders had set the great uprights leaning a few degrees inward, so the whole structure pressed against itself and locked tighter under its own enormous weight. They had shaped the stones to interlock. They had sunk the foundations deep and reckoned the load. This was a working knowledge of friction, of angles, of how rock fails and how it holds, and it was applied with a confidence that did not look anything like a first attempt. The researchers reached for a phrase that should stop us cold: early science. Not the fumbling of beginners, but a mature understanding, arriving already whole, near the very dawn of building itself. And here is where it turns strange. That same impossible confidence surfaces again and again in places that had no way on earth of teaching one another. At Stonehenge, the blue stones were carried 150 miles from the hills of Wales, as though the right stone mattered more than the near one. Outside Abuna, the chamber of Zambugero rises on uprights taller than 3 standing men, the largest tomb of its kind in all of Europe. On Malta, people with no metal and no wheel fitted whole temples together from blocks of many tons. One people might stumble into such mastery once, alone, and rightly astonish us. The same mastery, rising over and over among strangers who never met, is not a weight the word coincidence can carry. And the strangeness only deepens the closer you stand to the stones, because these were not left blank and silent. So many of them were carved, and what they were carved into again and again was us. Chapter 3, the Stone People. Look hard at the tallest stones of Almendres, and the rough pillars resolve into something else, a narrowing near the top that reads as a head and a neck, a swelling below it that reads as shoulders. You have already met their distant cousins on that ridge in Turkey. What the Portuguese hillside adds is a detail the eye almost slides past. On one of the great stones, cut shallow into the rock, there is a shepherd's crook, the curved staff a herdsman carries. It is not decoration, it is rank, a sign of one who leads and holds power over living things, set into stone 7,000 years ago. Now, go back to that Turkish ridge, the one 5,000 years older than anything standing in Portugal. Its name is Göbekli Tepe. For years, its great pillars, each shaped like the letter T, were taken for plain markers and nothing more. Then the carvings rose out of the weathered surface, arms running down the sides, bent at the elbow, hands brought around to the front, the long fingers stopping just short of touching, a belt fastened at the waist. The archaeologist who had given 20 years of his life to that hill understood at last what stood before him. These were not pillars, they were bodies, stone people gathered in a ring and watching still. A continent apart, and 5,000 years, and the very same instinct takes hold of both. Take the standing stone and make of it a person, and that crook from Evora, the quiet mark of one who rules, does not die with the hands that carved it. Thousands of years later, it surfaces again, far to the east, crossed over the breast of the pharaohs of Egypt, in what became the most famous emblem of kingship the old world ever produced. Hold on to the age of that Turkish hill, because it undoes far more than it first seems to, more than 11,000 years. 5,000 years before the first stone was ever set at Evora, before farming had spread across the earth, before the wheel, before metal, before a single mark of writing existed anywhere in the world. The urge to raise a great stone and carve it into a watching human figure is not the late flower of a comfortable, settled life. It is older than the harvest. It is older than the village itself. It is one of the very first things our kind did, in the moment we first gathered in any number and looked at one another and up at the sky. We are not claiming that a hidden road ran from Anatolia to the Atlantic. The honest truth is stranger and harder to hold than any hidden road. The same idea simply keeps rising across gulfs of ocean and time so wide they should have buried it forever. And these stone people share one thing more. They are covered in marks. And the marks repeat as well across those same impossible distances. And not one living soul can read them. Chapter 4, the marks no one can read. On the stones around Evora and on the bare rock across the whole region, there are small round hollows, pecked patiently into the surface, sometimes only a few, sometimes by the 100. In Portugal, they are called covinhas. They are among the most common marks left behind by ancient Europe, and they are also among the most stubborn, because after all this time, no one truly knows what a single one of them was meant to say. What makes them worth pausing on is not the hollows in Portugal alone. It is that you find the very same marks, the little cups and the rings, cut around them, hundreds of miles away. They cover the rocks of Scotland and northern England in their thousands. They run down through Ireland and across Spain and Portugal in a style so alike along the whole Atlantic edge that scholars long ago gave the shared design a single name. And the spirals, those tight coils carved beside the solstice opening at Newgrange, answer the spirals carved on the stones of Brittany across the sea, as though traced by one and the same hand. It is tempting here to reach for a grand answer, that these are star maps, that they are a lost written language, that they are a code that would unlock everything, if only we were clever enough to crack it. And here we must be careful, because being careful is the only thing that has ever earned this subject any respect. What is solid is this: the marks are real, they are very old, they appear again and again across enormous distances. and they have never been deciphered. What they meant to the people who cut them, whether the cups in Scotland and the cups in Portugal said the same thing or said anything at all, we do not know. And anyone who tells you otherwise is selling a certainty that no one actually possesses. But the honest gap is its own kind of marvel. Here is a people, or many peoples, who measured the sky to a fraction of a degree, who raised stones a modern machine would strain to lift, who carved the standing stone into a human shape from Turkey to the far Atlantic. And they left a writing on the rock, the same writing, across half a world that we are still unable to read, which forces upon us the last and the largest question of all. If the same sky, the same stones, the same stone people, and the same marks appear everywhere we turn to look, then where and when did all of it truly begin? Chapter 5, Where did it begin? Lay the pieces down side by side. The aligned stones of Portugal, holding the equinox to a fraction of a degree. That same alignment again in Ireland, in England, on Malta. The impossible weights raised in Brittany and in Spain and outside Evora with a knowledge the Orthodox account itself now calls early science. The standing stone carved into a living body in Turkey and in the Alps and along the Atlantic coast. The crook of Evora returning in the hands of the pharaohs. The unreadable marks repeating across thousands of miles of weathered rock. Each one of them, taken alone, a curiosity, taken together, a current running beneath the whole of early human history, and all of it flowing in one direction. For a long while, the deepest root we could point to was that ridge in Turkey, more than 11,000 years old, already far older than anyone had believed the impulse could reach. And then, only a few years ago, came a claim that would have carried the beginning back almost beyond belief. A team studying a hill in Indonesia called Gunung Padang announced that buried beneath it lay a structure more than 24,000 years old, the oldest built thing on the whole of the earth by a vast margin. It would have rewritten everything. But this is exactly the place where a story like ours has to be honest, or it is worth nothing at all. In the spring of the following year, the journal that had published that claim withdrew the paper. Other scientists had studied the dates and found that while the soil beneath the hill truly was that old, there was nothing to show that any human hand had shaped it. The age was real. The building was not proven. And so we set it gently aside because the pattern we can actually stand on is staggering enough without it. That pattern does not need rescuing by the wildest claim, and it is not undone by the cautious one either. The textbooks answer the entire mystery with two quiet words: independent invention. Each people, in each place, arriving at the same sky, the same stones, the same carved figures, entirely on their own. And perhaps that is precisely what happened. But notice that independent invention is not truly a solution. It is a name we have hung over the gap where a solution ought to be. It explains the pattern by insisting the pattern means nothing, and it asks us to look away at the very moment things grow most interesting. So we will not look away. We will sit instead with the harder possibility that something passed between these distant peoples that we have simply not yet found, or that something within us, something far older than any village, wakes the same vision wherever human beings first gather together and lift their eyes. Which of the two it is, the stones have not yet told us. And that is where we leave it tonight, on the hill above Evora, with the sun climbing once more into the notch where it has climbed for 7,000 years. So the question now belongs to you. One lost source that seeded them all, or one single idea sleeping inside all of us, waiting for the right night to wake? Tell us in the comments below, and do not be shy with it. The bolder, the better, because the careful answer has already had its long turn, and the stones are still standing out there, patient and unexplained. If you would walk with us to the next forgotten place, follow along and ring the bell so the next journey finds you. There is another site already waiting, older and stranger than it has any right to be, and we will stand together at the foot of it very soon.
There is a dome hewn from the top of a cliff in Ethiopia that should not exist. It sits at the summit of a sandstone needle 250 meters above the surrounding plateau, carved from the living rock downward, and the chamber beneath it is roofed by another piece of the same monolith, untouched and unbroken. The men who made it had simple chisels, no scaffolding, and no second chance on a missed cut. They worked at the edge of a 250-meter drop. They left no plans, no apprentice records, and nothing on any other cliff in the region that even approaches the same finish. Mainstream archaeology dates this monolith to the 5th or 6th century after Christ and attributes it to a small group of refugee monks. Tonight we will look at the 5 separate things about this place that do not add up. Chapter 1. The dome that should not be there. Subtractive architecture is the opposite of every method we usually call building. You do not lay one stone upon another. You begin with a single massive piece of the earth, and you remove material patiently and accurately until the building that was hidden inside the rock is standing alone. The thing you take away is far greater than the thing that remains. Every cut is a commitment. Stone has no undo. Abuna Yemata Gu is, by this method, one of the most demanding pieces of subtractive architecture ever attempted. The structure is hewn from the summit of a vertical pinnacle of red sandstone, with no platform on which to stand outside the cut, no overhead anchor for scaffolding, and no clean place to drop debris that does not fall 200 meters into open air. The tools, by the local record, were simple: chisels, hammers, and a few axes, nothing more advanced than what a stonemason might carry in his belt today. Now consider what carving a domed roof actually requires under those conditions. The cut moves inward and downward at the same time, removing volume from a curved surface while the rock above grows progressively thinner. One miscalculation collapses the ceiling. One slip of the chisel shears off a section the size of a man. There is no test cut on the next pinnacle. There is no half-finished dome 100 meters along the cliff, abandoned when the geometry went wrong. Whoever did this knew exactly what they were doing on the first attempt, in a place that does not allow a second attempt, with the eyes of God and the void at their back. The mainstream answer to how this was done is patience and skill. And to be fair, that answer is internally consistent. Subtractive architecture has been performed all over the ancient world with simple tools. The 11 churches of Lalibela, 300 kilometers to the south, were carved from a single hillside by the same family of method. The temples of Ellora in India, the tombs of Petra, none of them required cranes, all of them required mastery. So patience and skill is a real answer. But notice what that answer does not include. It does not include the workshop, it does not include the training record, it does not include the names of the masters or the cycle of apprentices. For the great cathedrals of medieval Europe, we have the chisel marks of guilds, the manuscripts of master builders, the contracts and the disputes, and the half-built churches abandoned mid-project. We have an unbroken chain of how. For Abuna Yemata we have the result and nothing else. The finished monolith, sitting on the summit of a sandstone needle as if it had grown there, and no surviving record of the school of thought that knew how to put it there. That is what makes it strange. Not that it is impossible, but that the knowledge that built it has gone silent. Whoever they were, the masters of this dome did not leave us their notebook. Before we ask further how they did it, we should perhaps ask why they did it here. Because within walking distance of this one pinnacle there are dozens almost identical. They picked this one. Chapter 2. The cliff that was already sacred. The Geralta Range in eastern Tigray is a forest of sandstone pinnacles, eroded over millions of years into a landscape that looks almost engineered. Some of these pinnacles are taller, some wider, some with flatter summits, easier approaches, and more space for a chapel and a courtyard. Of all the cliffs that could carry a small monolithic church, the tradition of the 9 saints chose this one. The hardest, the most exposed, the one that requires a free climb across a natural stone bridge with a 250-meter drop on each side. The decision was deliberate, and the question is why. The first clue lies a short distance from the church itself, documented in the vicinity of Abuna Yemata is a sandstone slab carrying inscriptions in the Aksumite script. Aksum was the great kingdom of northern Ethiopia in the centuries before Christianity arrived, and its writing system was already mature by the time the 9 saints set foot in the region. The slab is not Christian. It is older. Someone had been at this rock before the cross was carved into it. Widen the lens, and the pattern becomes louder. 60 kilometers from Abuna Yemata stands the town of Yeha, where a dry stone temple has been standing since around 700 BC. Its walls show confirmed architectural and inscriptional links to the South Arabian kingdoms across the Red Sea. That temple has held its stones together for nearly 3,000 years without mortar. Tigray, in other words, had a sophisticated tradition of monumental stone for 1,000 years before the first Christian missionary arrived. There is more. Tigray, in the oldest layers of Ethiopian memory, is the homeland of the Queen of Sheba, the Queen of the South, known in Ethiopian tradition as Makeda. Her son, with King Solomon Menelik, is said in that same tradition to have brought the Ark of the Covenant from Jerusalem to Aksum, where, by Ethiopian Orthodox account, it has been kept ever since under the guard of a single monk. This is not a province where Christianity walked into an empty room. It walked into a room already crowded with venerable things, and the broader rock church corpus seals the point. Tigray holds roughly 120 rock-hewn churches, the largest concentration anywhere on earth. The Geralta Range alone holds about 28. This is a region that already knew, on a scale we cannot match elsewhere, how to carve worship out of living stone. The 9 saints did not invent the technique. They inherited it. So when they picked this cliff, they were not picking an empty rock. They were picking a piece of land that already mattered, in a province that already knew the value of stone, in a kingdom that already had a reputation for keeping sacred things. The dome at the top of the pinnacle is the Christian layer. There was something underneath. What that something was, no inscription tells us directly, but the choice itself is evidence. Of dozens of pinnacles, the saints picked the one with an Aksumite inscribed slab at its foot. There are decisions made out of geography, and there are decisions made out of memory. This one was made out of memory. And whoever painted the inside of the chapel they built there knew more than mainstream chronology says they should have known. Chapter 3. The Painters Who Could Not Exist. Step through the carved doorway of Abuna Yemata and the interior opens into one of the strangest small rooms in the history of religious art. The walls and the curved ceiling are covered in painted figures. Saints, apostles, angels. A black Madonna seated in the centre, surrounded by saints of lighter complexion. The pigments are sourced locally from minerals and plants. The air is bone dry, which is why the colour has not faded. The chamber is sealed by altitude and stone, and what it has preserved is, in places, a chronological contradiction. The mainstream dating of these wall paintings places them in the second half of the 15th century. A multi-analytical study published in 2016 examining the pigments and the paint layers in detail broadly supports this date. The pigments are local, the layers are clean, there is no underdrawing in another hand. Almost everything in the chamber sits comfortably in the late 1400s. Almost everything. Within the iconography of the chapel are unmistakable traces of the Salus Populi Romani, a Roman icon of the Virgin Mary kept in the Basilica of Santa Maria Maggiore in Rome. The original is ancient. But the painted copies that travelled out of Rome did not reach Ethiopia until after the 1570s, when Jesuit missionaries arrived carrying reproductions for the Ethiopian court. By that date, the paintings of Abuna Yemata were supposed to have been complete for almost a century. This is, by any reading, a chronological problem. Either the wall paintings are 100 years younger than the multi-analytical study suggests, or the iconography of the Salus Populi Romani travelled along a route nobody has yet mapped, or the painters of Abuna Yemata were working from a model older than the famous Roman copies. None of these three options is comfortable. All three of them require the standard timeline of Ethiopian and Mediterranean contact to be quietly redrawn. And there is one more detail buried in the 2016 study that deserves to be held up to the light. The researchers analysed every painted figure in the chamber for evidence of later retouching. Most figures showed none. The pigment was original. The line was original. Only one figure had been touched up by a later hand. Mary. Only Mary. Why Mary alone? In a sealed chamber at the top of a cliff, accessible only by a free climb most people will never make. Somebody, at some point after the original paintings were finished, made that journey, brought their pigments, and carefully retouched the figure of the Divine Mother. They did not touch the apostles, they did not touch the angels, they went to her. They made sure she still looked right. If this site preserves continuity with traditions older than its current name, this is precisely where we would expect to see it, in the one figure who would carry over from whatever was venerated on this pinnacle before, the Divine Mother, the Queen of Heaven. Centuries later, somebody came back and made sure her face, in this particular cave, still answered to the right name. So we have a monolith carved without surviving records, on a cliff that was already sacred, with paintings that quietly violate the official chronology of Ethiopian and Mediterranean contact. Which raises the question we have been circling. Who chose this place, and how did they know to choose it? Chapter 4. 9 refugees who walked straight to it. The textbook line is that the 9 saints were Syrian missionaries who arrived in Axum in the late 5th century. Pull on that thread and it begins to unravel almost immediately. Of the 9, only 2 or 3 actually came from the province of Syria. The others have been traced to Constantinople, to Cilicia in southern Anatolia, to Cappadocia, and to Rome itself. They were not a Syrian mission. They were a coalition from across the Byzantine Empire. They came together because of a council. In the year 451 AD, the Council of Chalcedon issued a definition of the nature of Christ that they could not, in conscience, accept. Their theology was older than the new orthodoxy. Their refusal made them targets. Put plainly, they were religious refugees, carrying with them their scriptures, their liturgies, and whatever sacred objects their communities had been able to move across borders before the new authority arrived. Of every place in the known world they could have fled to, they walked, on foot, into Axum. They walked into Axum because Axum, by the late ancient world, already had a reputation as the kingdom that, in its own oldest tradition, had kept the Ark of the Covenant since the time of Solomon. It was the place sacred things went when the rest of the world was no longer safe. They were not arriving in an unknown country, but in the one country with a reputation for keeping secrets. There is a wilder version of this story, in which the 9 saints were not refugees at all, but a guild of master builders, possibly guided by something not entirely human. We are not running that version tonight. There is no evidence for it. The version we are running is simpler, and somehow stranger. They were 9 real men, fleeing a real council, who walked into a kingdom that already knew the value of secrets. And within a single generation of their arrival, they were carving churches into a specific cliff in Tigray that someone had already marked with an Aksumite inscription. They acted, in other words, like people who had been told where to go. We do not need to romanticize that. We only need to notice it. Among the dozens of pinnacles in the Garauta range, they did not test the technique on a low rock and work their way up. They went straight to a hard cliff. They carved a monolithic chapel at its summit, in the family of method that the region had already used for centuries. They painted into it the image of the Divine Mother, and whatever protected what they were doing has held, on that cliff, for 1600 years. Chapter 5. The climb that should have killed someone. Lay the route out plainly. From the village at the base of the pinnacle, The pilgrim walks roughly 800 steps, climbing through scattered stones and steepening ground, until the trail meets the vertical face of the cliff itself. There, the holds in the rock are no longer designed for walking. They are hand and foot indentations, worn smooth by centuries of climbers, set into a face that rises some 200 meters above open air. There are no ropes, there are no harnesses. The pilgrim climbs as the first pilgrim climbed, alone with the stone. Near the top, the route crosses a natural stone bridge, a narrow shelf of rock with a sheer 250-meter drop on each side. After the bridge comes a small wooden footbridge, and then the carved doorway. That is the route. It has not been improved. Now consider the human freight that has used it. Pilgrims for 16 centuries, monks daily, priests daily, parents carrying newborn infants tied to their backs up the cliff face for baptism, elderly believers, and in some accounts the blind, led up by their families. The route does not discriminate. Every soul who has ever entered the chapel has come up the same wall. And here is the line that lands the entire anomaly. In all that time, the priests of Abuna Yemata do not record a single death from the climb. Not one. That is not how the mathematics of an exposed route works. Take any free climb of comparable difficulty anywhere else in the world, multiply it by the volume of pilgrimage Abuna Yemata has carried over 1600 years, and the absence of fatalities ceases to be reassuring and becomes a quiet anomaly in its own right. Something about this climb has held. There are 2 readings of that, and we do not need to pick between them. The believer says that the place is protected, that the saints who carved it have not abandoned the path they made. The geologist says that the rock is unusually grippy sandstone, that the route was chosen with extraordinary care, and that the discipline of the climbers, taught and inherited across generations, is more sophisticated than it looks. These 2 readings do not actually disagree. Either way, the route has been chosen, taught, and maintained by someone who knew exactly what they were doing, and the chain of that knowledge, unlike the chain of how the dome was carved, has never broken. 16 centuries of climbers, no recorded deaths. Whatever protects this cliff, whether you call it providence or geology, has held. Chapter 6. What we are really looking at. Let us put the 5 anomalies on the table and look at them together. A dome carved from the summit of a sandstone needle, with no scaffolding evidence, no surviving training record, and no half-finished twin on any neighbouring cliff. A pinnacle that was already marked by Axumite inscription before the cross arrived, in a province with a 1,000-year tradition of monumental stone older than the church on top. A painted chamber whose iconography quietly contains a Roman icon that, by the official chronology, had not yet reached Ethiopia, with retouching applied only, and exactly, to the figure of the Divine Mother. A coalition of 9 refugees from across the Byzantine Empire who fled the Council of Chalcedon and walked, on foot, straight to a cliff in Tigray that someone had already touched. And a pilgrimage route that should have killed travellers for 1600 years, and has not. Each of these on its own is a curiosity. Together they tell us something the textbook line does not. This is not just a 6th century church. This is the Christian layer of a monolith older than its name. Whatever was venerated on this cliff before the 9 saints climbed, it has not gone away. It has only been renamed. So we will end the way every video about this place should end, with the question that started it: who carved this monolith, and why here? Not what the textbook says. What do you think, after everything we just looked at? Tell us in the comments, and the wilder the better, because the official story has already given its answer, and the stone does not agree. If you want to come with us to the next cliff in this story, the temple at Yeha, where the South Arabians left their signature in dry stone nearly 3,000 years ago, subscribe and tap the bell. We will see you up the next mountain.
There is a hilltop in southern Turkey that should not be there. Great pillars of stone, some of them taller than 3 standing men and heavier than a loaded truck, raised into rings and carved with foxes and scorpions and vultures 11,600 years ago. That is older than farming, older than pottery, older than writing, older than the wheel. The people who quarried and lifted those stones were hunters and gatherers who were never supposed to be capable of such a thing. For 100 years, we were taught that civilization came first and great monuments came long after. This one quiet hill turns that story on its head. And tonight, it is only where we begin. Chapter 1, The Hill That Was Never Alone. For years, the temple on that Turkish hill was treated as a miracle, standing entirely by itself, one impossible thing in an empty land. Then the archaeologists turned and looked at the hills around it. A short drive away, at a place called Kailasa Temple, the ground gave up something stranger still. More than 250 pillars of the same kind, a chamber cut down into the living bedrock, and the figure of a man carved out of the rock wall, watching the room with deep and hollow eyes. In recent years, they raised a life-sized human statue from the soil at that site. And only last year, they uncovered a great pillar with a human face hewn into its surface, one of the oldest portraits of a person ever found. And these two hills are not the end of it. A patient survey has now traced a whole scattering of these places across the region, a dozen and more, each one raised by the same vanished people in the same forgotten centuries. This was never a single temple. It was a country of them, which leaves us standing in front of a question the textbooks still cannot answer. Where did the skill come from? To carve stone at that level is not something a person simply decides to do one morning. It is taught, refined, and passed down across many lifetimes. Someone trained those hands, someone came before them, and we still have no idea who. If a whole people could build like this and then vanish without leaving us their name, we are left to wonder what else has been lost. The answer waits in a river valley far to the east. Chapter 2, The Civilization We Cannot Read. In the early 1920s, diggers working a low mound in the valley of the Indus, in what is now Pakistan, uncovered a city that everyone had forgotten ever existed. We call it Mohenjo-Daro, the Mound of the Dead. Beside its sister city of Harappa, it revealed one of the largest civilizations of the ancient world, a civilization that had been erased from memory for more than 3,000 years. These were not crude beginnings. The streets ran in a careful grid, crossing at clean right angles. The bricks were made to a standard size across hundreds of miles, as if a single mind had set the rule. Nearly every home had its own well, its own bathing floor, its own drain joining a covered sewer beneath the street. Their plumbing was finer than anything Europe would manage until the 1800s. And here is where the silence falls. These people left behind thousands of small carved seals, marked with animals and with rows of neat symbols. More than 400 different signs, repeating in patterns, plainly meaningful, plainly a kind of writing. For 100 years, the finest minds in the world have tried to read them, and not one has ever succeeded. We have no king we can name, no temple we can point to with certainty, no tomb of a ruler heavy with gold, a civilization larger than Egypt and Mesopotamia together, and it has never once spoken to us. They built for order rather than for kings, and then they went quiet. Now travel west to a town that breaks every rule we have about how people are supposed to live together. Chapter 3, The Town That Kept Its Dead at Home. On a plain in central Turkey, beneath two grassy mounds, lie the remains of a settlement called Çatalhöyük, lived in without a break for almost 2,000 years. At its height, it held thousands of people, by some counts as many as 8,000, which made it one of the largest gatherings of humankind anywhere on Earth at the time. And yet it was built on a plan that resembles no city that came after it. Çatalhöyük had no streets. The houses were pressed wall against wall, with no lanes and no alleys between them, a vast honeycomb of mud brick. People walked across the rooftops and climbed down into their homes through a hole in the ceiling. The roofs were the roads, and the dead did not leave. They were buried beneath the very platforms where the living slept, under the floors, beneath the places where children played. Sometimes a skull was lifted from a grave long after burial, packed with clay and painted with ochre to bring back the look of a living face, and then kept in the house, passed among the family like a treasured thing. They slept above their ancestors, surrounded by paintings of bulls and leopards and circling vultures. And in all of it, there is something missing that should be there. No palace, no temple set apart, no grand house for a chief, and a poorer one for everyone else. For 80 generations, thousands of people lived close together in peace, with no rulers we can find at all. Then they walked away and took the secret with them. The next people on our list did the same thing on the far side of the world. Chapter 4, Pyramids in the Silence of Peru. While the cities of the Indus thrived, on a dry coastal plain in Peru, another people were doing something that should not have been possible there. In the valley of the Supe rise the remains of Caral, the oldest known city in all of the Americas, raised about 5,000 years ago, while the pyramids of Egypt were still going up on the other side of the planet. Caral was no village. Around 30 settlements spread across the region, and at its center stood 6 great flat-topped pyramids of stone and packed fill, the largest of them about 18 meters tall on a base wider than a football field, ringed by sunken circular plazas. The woman who brought it to light, the archaeologist Ruth Shady, found a planned and ordered society of thousands of people. And then comes the part that unsettles. These builders had no pottery, none at all. They raised pyramids and laid out plazas and traded up and down the coast, and they never made a clay pot. They kept their accounts, it seems, on knotted cords, but they left no writing we can read. By every checklist we use to define a civilization, they should not qualify, and yet there it stands in the desert, older than almost anything in the hemisphere, owing nothing to Egypt or Sumer or anyone else. They built it alone, taught by no one we know of, which raises the same haunting question once more: how far back does the knowing really go? Our next builders answer it in stone heavier than you would believe. Chapter 5, The Stones That Cross the Sea. Along the western edge of Europe, from Spain and Portugal up through France and Ireland and Britain and into Scandinavia, stand thousands of great stone tombs, slabs of rock balanced into chambers weighing tens of tons each. We call them dolmens. They began to appear more than 6,000 years ago, and the largest of them defy belief. The capstone of one dolmen in Ireland is reckoned to weigh well over 100 tons, among the heaviest stones ever moved by people in all of European prehistory. These builders had no wheels, no draft animals strong enough for the task, no metal tools. They had stone and wood and rope and their own gathered strength, and with that they quarried, dragged, and set blocks that our modern machines would struggle to lift. And there is a deeper riddle in how the idea traveled. A few years ago, a careful study gathered radiocarbon dates from more than 2,000 of these sites and traced the whole tradition back to one cradle, the coast of northwestern France, more than 6,000 years ago. From there it spread, and it spread far too quickly to have walked. It crossed water. The conclusion is plain and astonishing. Those people were sailing the open Atlantic, carrying not just themselves, but an entire faith in stone, across the Bay of Biscay and the Channel and the Irish Sea, in boats that have long since rotted away. We have their tombs and their bones and not a single one of their ships. They sailed beyond memory. The next discovery sat in the cold for 10,000 years, and proving it was real, nearly destroyed the man who found it. Chapter 6, The Bones That Ruined a Career. In the late 1970s, a Canadian archaeologist named Jacques Cinq-Mars began digging in 3 small caves in the remote Yukon in the far northwest of Canada. He found animal bones, the bones of horses and mammoths, and on them he saw the fine cut marks of stone tools. When the bones were dated, the oldest came back at around 24,000 years. That number was heresy. For decades, the agreed story said the first people reached the Americas no earlier than about 15,000 years ago. So the establishment turned on him. They said his dates were wrong, his samples spoiled, his cut marks imagined. His funding dried up, his name was pushed to the margins, and for most of his life he was treated as a man who had embarrassed his field. Now, here is something worth understanding, because it is the heart of why this case finally turned. You cannot simply glance at a scratch on a bone and call it the work of a human hand. A wolf's tooth leaves a mark. So does a rockfall. So does the slow grind of sediment. So a researcher named Laurent Bourgeon took the Yukon bones back to the laboratory and set them under high magnification, testing each mark against a strict list of features that only a stone blade drawn across bone will leave. 15 bones passed every test. The cut marks were real, the work of people, and the oldest was close to 24,000 years old. Cinq Mars had been right the whole time. People were in the Americas during the worst of the Ice Age, 10,000 years before anyone wanted to allow it. Where they came from and what they left behind, we are only beginning to ask. The next people left something even harder to explain: metal. Chapter 7, Metal and Symbols Before Their Time. In the Central Balkans, along the Danube, there once lived a people we now call the Vinca, in large and orderly towns of 2-story houses 7,000 years ago and more. They were farmers and potters and traders, and they were something else that the old timeline says they had no right to be. They were workers of metal. At a site called Belovod in eastern Serbia, archaeologists found the scorched residue of copper being smelted from its ore around 7,000 years ago. It is the earliest firm evidence of true metalworking anywhere on Earth. To pull metal out of stone, you need to know your ores, build a furnace, and hold a fierce and steady heat, knowledge that does not appear from nowhere. Someone had been learning it for generations before, in workshops we have never found. And there is one more thing the Vinca left us. Across thousands of their objects, on pots and figures and little clay tablets, they scratched signs, lines and crosses and combs and spirals, repeating in patterns from one site to the next, 2,000 years before the first writing of Sumer. Scholars still argue whether these marks are true writing or something just short of it, and without a key, we may never know. But the question alone is staggering. Writing, or the very edge of it, in Europe, so long ago, and then the Vinca were gone, their towns abandoned, their copper fires cold, the meaning of their signs lost in the soil of the Danube. Some cultures fade, others, as we will see, lasted longer than any empire that ever followed. Chapter 8, The People Who Outlasted Everyone. On the islands of Japan, there lived a people called the Jomon, and they held their world together for an almost impossible length of time. 13,000 years, one unbroken cultural thread, longer than all of recorded history, many times over. And for nearly the whole of it, they were hunters and gatherers and fishers, never farming in any serious way, never raising great herds. By the old rules, they should have stayed few and simple. They did not. At a place called Sanai Maruyama in the north, they built a lasting town of more than 600 dwellings, with long-distance trade and great timber posts of chestnut raised toward the sky. And they made pottery so early that it is among the oldest found anywhere on Earth, far older than any pot from the Middle East or Europe, shaped and marked with twisted cord, while the rest of the world had not yet thought of it. They left us strange clay figures too, with great round goggled eyes, made by the thousands and often broken on purpose before they were buried, for reasons no one has ever explained. The truth that sits underneath all of it is quietly humbling. The Jomon held a rich and settled and artful world together for 13,000 years, while our own way of living, built on farms and walls and writing, has lasted around 10,000 and already feels fragile. They knew something about endurance that we seem to have forgotten, and they were not the only ones who lived in a world that no longer exists. The next one is under the sea. Chapter 9, The Country Beneath the North Sea. In 1931, a fishing trawler called the Kalinda was dragging its nets across the floor of the North Sea, far off the coast of England, when the crew hauled up a lump of old peat. Inside it, worked and shaped, was a harpoon of antler, a tool for hunting, around 12,000 years old. It had not fallen from a boat. It had been dropped on dry land, in a country that the sea has since swallowed whole. We call that lost country Doggerland. Where the cold grey North Sea now rolls between Britain and the continent, there was once a wide green plain of rivers and marshes and wooded hills, larger than many nations, where herds of mammoth and deer grazed and bands of people hunted them across the seasons. Tens of thousands may have lived there. It was as solid and real to them as the ground beneath our own feet feels to us. And then the ice melted and the sea began to climb. Slowly at first, swallowing the low ground, until around 8,000 years ago, a vast undersea landslide off Norway sent a wall of water racing across what remained, drowning the last of the high ground in a single afternoon. Within a few generations, the memory of it was gone. Its names and its stories dissolved into the talk of the peoples on the new shorelines. An entire world, tens of thousands of lives, simply forgotten. We only know it was there because the nets keep bringing up the bones. And if the sea could take a whole country in the north, it could take a far greater one in the warm south. That is the last and the strangest place we will stand tonight. Chapter 10, The Drowned Heart of the World. 20,000 years ago, when so much of the world's water lay locked in ice, the seas were far lower than they are now, and a great land stood above the waves across what is today Southeast Asia. Geologists call it Sunderland, a warm and fertile plain perhaps twice the size of India, fed by broad rivers rich in fish and fruit and rain, where the Java Sea and the South China Sea now lie. Every ingredient that we say a civilization needs was there in greater plenty than in the dry valleys where history is allowed to have begun. And unlike those valleys, which have stood on dry land throughout the whole human story, this place was drowned utterly as the ice gave way, lost beneath hundreds of feet of ocean. Whatever was there is gone from our sight. We must be careful and honest here. We have no city beneath those waters that we can point to. What we have is a question raised by some researchers who study the genes and the flood stories of the region and who wonder whether the drowning of this warm and crowded land is the lost memory behind so many tales of a great flood from these islands all the way to the Middle East. It may be nothing. It may be the grandest loss of all, the drowned heart of the world, a first attempt at settled life so old and so completely taken by the sea that its own children forgot they had ever built anything at all. We cannot prove it, and we cannot quite let it go. Before we close, you may have noticed one famous name missing from tonight's gathering. The buried pyramid said to lie under a hill at Gunung Padang in Indonesia, the one some claimed was 25,000 years old. We left it out on purpose. The study behind that great age was withdrawn by its journal a couple of years ago, because the deep layers it dated could not be shown to be the work of human hands. We mention it plainly because the 10 places we walked through tonight do not need a withdrawn study to hold them up. They are real, they are dated, and they are strange enough standing on their own. So lay them side by side and look at the shape they make. A temple before farming, a city we cannot read, a town with no rulers, pyramids with no pottery, stones carried across the open sea, metal before its time, a people who outlasted every empire, and whole countries taken by the water. Not one accident, a pattern, always older than we were told, always where the textbook swore there was nothing, which leaves the question in your hands now. After everything we have looked at tonight, what do you think we are really seeing here? A run of strange coincidences, or the last surviving chapter of some far older story that the world has very nearly forgotten? Tell me down in the comments, and do not be shy with the bold ideas. The bolder the better, because the careful answer has had its turn for 100 years and the ground keeps arguing back. If you want more nights like this one, stay with us. Ring the bell so the next journey finds you, and rest easy. There are a great many more lost places still waiting in the dark. History is not a straight line climbing toward the present. It is a record interrupted again and again by catastrophe. Whole worlds of people, with their cities and their temples and their gods, have been swallowed by the earth and the sea and the sky and left almost nothing behind for us to find. Tonight we count down 10 of them, 10 prehistoric disasters that did not merely wound a civilization, but erased it, wiped it from the surface of the world so completely that we are only now beginning to suspect those people were ever there at all. And the disaster waiting at number 1 may be the reason that almost every ancient culture on Earth, separated by oceans and by thousands of years, remembers the very same flood. We begin 74,000 years ago, with the day our own species nearly ended. Number 10. On the island of Sumatra, 74,000 years ago, the ground tore open and a volcano called Toba erupted with a violence the modern world has never witnessed. It was a magnitude 8, the highest rating the scale of volcanic power allows, and it threw out enough rock and ash to bury a continent. The caldera it left behind, now a lake 100 kilometers long, is so vast it can be seen from space. But the stone is not the unsettling part. In the years that followed, the anthropologist Stanley Ambrose at the University of Illinois pointed to something strange written in our own blood. Human beings are remarkably alike, genetically, far more alike than a species our age has any right to be, as though our entire family tree was once squeezed through the eye of a needle. Ambrose argued that Toba was the needle, that the long volcanic winter it caused starved our ancestors down to a few thousand survivors. The severity of that collapse is still debated, and honest researchers say so. But something did nearly erase us, near enough that every person alive today may descend from a group small enough to fill a single village. Before there were civilizations to lose, we almost lost the only species that would ever build them. Number 9. Move forward to a world that had finally grown warm and green, where the first farmers had laid down their fields and raised the first permanent villages, certain at last that the seasons could be trusted. They were wrong. Far to the north, in what is now Canada, a vast lake of glacial meltwater called Lake Agassiz sat trapped behind a wall of ice, holding more water than all the Great Lakes combined. The wall broke. The flood that drained into the North Atlantic was so enormous that it choked the ocean currents carrying warmth to the northern world, and within a single lifetime, the climate turned cold and hostile again. We can read the moment precisely in the ice cores of Greenland, a sharp plunge in temperature that lasted around 160 years. Across the Near East, villages that had stood for generations were simply abandoned, their fields turned to dust, their people scattered back into wandering. It was the first time in history that settled people learned the lesson this whole countdown teaches. The stability they had bet everything on was never a promise. It was only a pause. Number 8. Around 8,000 years ago, off the coast of Norway, a piece of the sea floor the size of a small country came loose and slid into the deep. There was no earthquake anyone could feel, no warning of any kind. A submarine landslide simply gave way. 3,200 cubic kilometers of sediment collapsing into the dark, and the ocean above it reared up into a wall of water. The wave that followed has been traced by geologists through the sand it left behind, sand thrown high onto the hills of the Shetland Islands and carried far inland across what is now Scotland. Along those coasts live scattered communities of hunters and fishers, people of the Middle Stone Age who had no reason to fear a calm sea on a clear day. For them, there was no high ground and no time. The wave reached places no flood should ever have reached, and the cultures it touched vanished from the record in its wake. The most disturbing thing about the Storegga slide is not how powerful it was. It is that the slope it tore from is still there, still loading, off a coast where tens of millions of people now live. Number 7. For a century, fishing boats dragging the bottom of the North Sea have hauled up things that do not belong on a sea floor. Spear points carved from antler, the bones of mammoths, a fragment of a human skull. They were pulling up the remains of a country. When the Ice Age held the oceans low, the shallow sea between Britain and Europe was dry land, a green and gentle world of rivers and marshes and wooded hills that archaeologists now call Doggerland. The research of Vincent Gaffney, at the University of Birmingham used survey data gathered by oil companies to map its drowned rivers and coastlines in extraordinary detail, an entire landscape the size of a nation hidden beneath the waves. Tens of thousands of people may have lived there across thousands of years. Then the seas rose, slowly and without mercy, taking the coastline a field at a time, until the hills became islands and the islands became nothing. We know they were there only because their tools still surface in the nets. Their names, their language, everything they understood about the world, the water kept. An entire homeland did not fall in fire or war. It simply went under and stayed under. Number 6. More than 7,000 years ago, on the plains of what is now Ukraine, Romania, and Moldova, a people we call the Cucuteni Tripilia culture built something that should not have existed so early. Towns. Real towns laid out in great concentric rings, some holding as many as 46,000 people, larger than any city in the world at the time. They made exquisite painted pottery and lived, as far as we can tell, without kings and without war. And then they did something no one has fully explained. Every 60 or 80 years, they burned their own towns to the ground, deliberately and completely, and built again upon the ashes. For nearly 3,000 years, they repeated this strange cycle of creation and fire. Some believe it was a ritual of renewal, a way of letting a settlement die so that it could be reborn. We do not truly know. What we do know is that around 5,000 years ago, the cycle stopped, the great towns emptied, and the culture dissolved into the rising tide of the Bronze Age and the horsemen of the Eastern steppe. Europe's first attempt at the city ended not with a bang, but with a question we still cannot answer. Number 5. The Sahara, the greatest desert on earth, was once green. Only a few thousand years ago, its sands were grassland, threaded with rivers and dotted with lakes, where hippos wallowed and herders drove their cattle, a world preserved for us in the rock paintings of the Tassili Plateau. And in that green Sahara, in the south of what is now Egypt, people raised a ring of standing stones called Nabta Playa, aligned to the rising sun of the longest day and to the bright stars overhead. It is older than Stonehenge by some 2,000 years, one of the oldest astronomical monuments humanity ever built. Then the rains moved south and did not come back. The grass died, the lakes shrank to cracked mud, and the people who had watched the sky from their stone circle were forced to gather their herds and walk toward the only water left, the valley of the Nile. Many scholars believe it was these refugees from the dying Sahara, crowding along the river, who carried the knowledge and the numbers that would soon flower into the civilization of the pharaohs. A whole world turned to sand, and its survivors may have built Egypt. Number 4. In the late 1990s, 2 geologists from Columbia University, William Ryan and Walter Pittman, proposed an idea that joined hard science to humanity's oldest story. The Black Sea, they argued, was once a freshwater lake, its surface far below that of the ocean, its shores lined with the farms and villages of the early Neolithic. Then the rising Mediterranean breached the narrow barrier at the Bosphorus and poured in. Sonar surveys of the seafloor have since revealed an ancient shoreline drowned 150 meters down, and the sediment cores show an abrupt change from the shells of freshwater creatures to those of the open sea, a line so sharp that it suggests the water came fast. The explorer Robert Ballard, the man who found the Titanic, went looking and reported the unmistakable profile of an old beach far below the surface and the possible outline of a structure. Whatever once stood on those shores is now beyond our reach, sealed under deep water with no oxygen to rot it away. And across every culture that later rose around that sea, from the Epic of Gilgamesh to the story of Noah, the same memory survives. A flood that swallowed the world. Perhaps it is only a story. Perhaps it is the oldest eyewitness account we possess. Number 3. On the Greek island we now call Santorini, the archaeologist Spiridon Marinatos uncovered a Bronze Age city frozen in ash, its houses still standing, 3 stories tall, its walls still bright with painted frescoes. The city is called Akrotiri, and it belonged to the Minoans. the first great civilization Europe ever produced, a people of palaces and fleets and writing who were already old when Greece was young. Around 3,600 years ago, the volcano beneath their world detonated. It was one of the most violent eruptions of the last 10,000 years, and it tore the heart out of the island and flung tsunamis across the sea toward the Minoan homeland on Crete, some 70 miles to the south. Their harbors were wrecked, and their fleet, the very source of their power, was likely shattered in an afternoon. The Minoans never recovered. Within a few generations, their palaces stood in other hands, their language fell silent, and a civilization that had ruled the eastern Mediterranean for 1,000 years was gone. Long after, the philosopher Plato would write of a great island power, advanced and proud, swallowed by the sea in a single terrible day. Some scholars have argued, ever since 1909, that the memory he was reaching for was this one. The Minoans may be the truth behind Atlantis. Number 2. Around 4,200 years ago, something reached across the entire planet at once. At the city of Tel Leilan in Syria, the archaeologist Harvey Weiss found a prosperous town abruptly abandoned, and above the streets where people had lived, layer upon layer of windblown dust, the desert moving into a place that had been emptied. The cause was drought. A drought of staggering scale and length. In the same span of years, the Akkadian Empire, the first true empire the world had ever seen, founded by Sargon, fragmented and fell. Far to the south, the old kingdom of Egypt, the civilization that had raised the great pyramids, lost its grip and dissolved into a century of chaos and hunger. Far to the east, the cities of the Indus Valley, home to millions, were quietly abandoned, their writing forgotten, their streets left to the sand. None of these peoples knew the others existed. Each believed its suffering was its own. Only now, reading the dusting cores pulled from the floor of the Gulf of Oman, do we see the truth. It was one disaster. A single shift in the world's weather, lasting a few centuries, erased the most advanced civilizations on 3 separate continents at the same time, and not one of them ever understood what had killed it. Number 1. Roughly 12,800 years ago, just as the Ice Age was finally releasing its grip and the world was growing warm, the warming stopped. In the space of a human lifetime, the planet plunged back into deep cold and stayed there for more than 1,000 years. The ice of Greenland records the shock like a wound, and at this exact moment, 2 things vanish. The Clovis people, the earliest widespread culture of the Americas, disappear from the record, their distinctive spear points simply ceasing to be made. And the great beasts of the Ice Age, the mammoths and the giant sloths and all the rest, are gone. For years, the cause was a mystery, until researchers began finding a strange thin layer in the earth at more than 50 sites around the world, dated to that very moment, rich in platinum and in tiny diamonds, that form only under the heat and pressure of a cosmic impact. The most debated and most extraordinary explanation is that a comet broke apart above the northern ice and set a continent burning. It is contested fiercely, and the argument is far from settled. But here is what makes this number 1. There is a hill in southern Turkey called Göbekli Tepe, where people with no farming and no metal raised rings of carved stone pillars more than 11,000 years ago, the oldest temple on earth, built within sight of this very catastrophe, and then deliberately buried. We were always told that no one capable of such a thing existed in that lost age. The stones say otherwise. Whatever world ended in that long cold, it knew how to carve the sky into rock, and it left us a witness still standing. 10 worlds, 10 endings. And if you set them side by side, something surfaces that no single one of them could show you on its own. Almost all of them cluster into the same few thousand years, the turbulent age when the last ice age died, when the seas climbed the height of a 40-story building, and the climate lurched from one extreme to another, drowning coastlines and emptying cities across the whole of the earth. We are not the first advanced world. We are only the first one that has not yet been erased. So I will leave the question with you. Of all 10 of these lost places, the drowned shores, and the buried stones. Which one do you believe still hides an entire forgotten world, waiting under the silt and the sand for someone to find it? Tell me in the comments, and do not be careful about it. The boldest answers are welcome here, because the textbooks already gave their answer, and the evidence keeps washing up in the nets. If this is the kind of question you like to sit with in the quiet, subscribe and ring the bell, because next time we are going down to a single drowned city that people swear they have actually seen. Until then, keep looking. The world remembers far more than it has told us.
Around 5,000 years ago, while the very first stones were being dragged into place at Stonehenge, people in the north of what we now call England had already raised something far larger, 3 giants of stone, taller than anything the builders of Stonehenge would ever lift, standing in a quiet field in Yorkshire, and for so many centuries afterward nobody could explain how they came to be there. So they blamed the only builder grand enough to fit the crime. They said the devil himself had thrown them down from the sky. We call them the Devil's Arrows. They stand on the edge of a sleepy market town called Boroughbridge, and they are among the tallest standing stones in all of Britain. And yet most people have never heard of them. There is no great visitor centre here, no proper modern excavation, almost no answers at all. Now, you will hear strange ideas about these stones, ley lines drawn across maps, landing markers for visitors from the sky. We can set all of that gently to one side, because the truth, the real and measurable truth, is stranger and far more satisfying than any of it. Tonight we look at the giants that history walked straight past. Chapter 1. Giants that should not be here. Let us begin with the simple fact of their size, because it is the first thing that refuses to make sense. The tallest of the 3 stones rises almost 7 metres, around 22 feet, into the Yorkshire sky. That single stone is taller than any stone standing at Stonehenge. It is, in fact, the second tallest standing stone in all of Britain. Its 2 companions are very nearly as tall. Together they stand in a long line, stretching almost 175 metres across the fields, set out from the north-west to the south-east with a care that does not look at all accidental. And these are not boulders that happen to lie nearby. They are millstone grit, a heavy and gritty stone, and the nearest place they could have come from is an outcrop called Plumpton Rocks, around 9 miles to the west. Each of these stones weighs somewhere between 25 and over 40 tons. To put that in plainer terms, the lightest of them outweighs a fully loaded lorry several times over. Think for a moment about what that means. Somebody, 5,000 years ago, with no wheel that we know of, no iron, no teams of horses, chose stones the size of a house and moved them 9 miles across rivers and rising ground, and then stood them upright in a careful line. The estimates we have are sobering. To drag a single one of these stones on sledges and timber rollers, you would have needed something close to 200 people working together, perhaps for half a year. Half a year of a whole community's labour for one stone, and there were once more than 3. When you see a small standing stone out on a moor, you can imagine a handful of strong backs heaving it upright in an afternoon. That tells you very little, for it could have been raised for almost any reason at all. But you do not move 40 tons of stone 9 miles, and pour half a year of your people's lives into it, for no reason. People simply do not do that. Whatever these stones were for, it mattered to them more than almost anything else in their world. And here is the first thread to hold on to, because they were not the only ones who felt that pull. Far to the south, in Brittany, lies a fallen giant called the Grand Menhir, the largest single stone ever shaped and raised by the people of the Stone Age, nearly 70 feet long, and weighing some 330 tons. Quarried, shaped, and lifted almost 7,000 years ago by people who supposedly never met the builders of Yorkshire, and yet who felt the very same impossible compulsion. Moving these stones was the hard part to explain, but it turns out that what they did to the stone before they ever raised it is the part that truly stops you. Chapter 2. The surface under the soil. For a long time people looked at the devil's arrows and saw something curious at their tops. The stone is worn into deep vertical grooves, long flutes running down from the summit, almost as though the fingers of a great hand had dragged through wet clay. Many have looked at those grooves and felt certain they were carved, shaped on purpose by the builders. And here we have to be honest, because honesty is exactly what makes the real mystery worth your time. Those grooves at the top are almost certainly natural. Millstone grit is a soft and thirsty stone, and 5,000 years of Yorkshire rain, running down the same channels again and again, will carve flutes like these all on its own. So, if anyone tells you the fluted tops are proof of ancient carving, the weather has a simpler answer, and we should take it. But now we go underground. And underground is where the story quietly changes. In the year 1709, long before modern archaeology existed, curious men dug down around the base of the central stone. They found that the builders had not simply dropped it into a pit. The base of the stone had been worked flat, deliberately squared, so that it would sit true on a bed of hard-packed clay and cobbles, sunk around 5 feet into the earth. And the surface of the stone, the part that had been buried away from the rain for 5,000 years, was smooth, finished, worked with pointed tools into a deliberate, even face. Let that settle for a moment. The roughness you see today, the weathered and pitted skin of these giants, is the work of the rain. But beneath the soil, sealed away from the weather, the original surface survived. And that surface had been shaped by human hands, with patience and with real skill. This is the quiet heart of the whole mystery. These were not rough pillars hauled up just as they were found. They were chosen, dressed, and finished in the same way the great stones of Stonehenge were finished, by people who cared what the surface looked like, even where no living eye would ever see it. And once again, they were not alone in this care. Far away, on a hillside in southern Turkey, stands a place called Göbekli Tepe, where people were carving great pillars of stone into deliberate shapes almost 12,000 years ago. That is thousands of years before farming, before pottery, before the wheel. We were once told that people of that age could not possibly have done such a thing. The stones patiently say otherwise. So the people of the arrows shaped their giants with love, which leaves a simple and unsettling question. If this much care went into the 3 stones we can still see, how many were there to begin with? Chapter 3. The Vanishing Stones. To answer that, we have to listen to the voices of those who came before us, the early travellers and antiquarians who saw the arrows when there was still more of them to see. The earliest clear account comes from a man named John Leland, who passed this way in the 1530s. He described not 3 stones, but 4, standing roughly shaped by human hands beside the old road. He thought them so grand that he guessed they must be some kind of Roman trophy. He was quite wrong about the Romans, as we shall see, but he was right about the number, 4. Later, in the 1580s, the great scholar William Camden also recorded 4, and he added a detail that should make any of us wince. One of the stones, he wrote, had lately been pulled down by men hoping to find treasure buried beneath it. They found nothing, of course, and the broken body of that lost giant is believed to have been carted away and built into the foundations of a bridge over a nearby stream. One of the wonders of prehistoric Britain, broken up for rubble, to save somebody the trouble of quarrying fresh stone. The accounts go on, and the numbers rise. An antiquarian named William Stukely counted 5 stones still standing in his day, and in the 1690s a local fisherman swore he had seen 7 of them, though we should hold that last figure lightly, since the man himself may not have had the clearest of eyes. But 4, and very probably 5, we can trust. So the 3 stones that survive today are not the monument, they are the survivors of it. The last remnant of something larger that was already being chipped away, stone by stone, while Shakespeare was still alive and writing. One of those early visitors, a man called John Aubrey, sketched the site in 1687, and he could not shake the feeling that he was looking at the ruins of something far grander. He imagined great rings of stone like a northern cousin of Stonehenge, with these last giants as the final survivors of a vast and broken circle. We will never know how many stones once stood here, because the town, the farmers, the treasure hunters, and the long, slow centuries all took their share before anyone thought to count properly. What we can say is that the line was longer once, and a longer line raises a new question entirely. If these stones were arranged with such care, then what, exactly, were they lined up to point at? Chapter 4. A line across the landscape. Stand at the arrows and follow the line they make, and it leads you down toward the river Ure, to a natural crossing place, a ford where people could pass from one bank to the other. These giants guard a threshold in the land. But the line does not end at the river. Lift your eyes from the ground and look at the wider country, and something extraordinary begins to appear. The devil's arrows are not alone. They are one piece of a vast pattern stretching for miles across this corner of Yorkshire, a stretch of land so thick with ancient monuments that some have called it the henge capital of Britain. Run a line north from the arrows, and it passes through a chain of great circular earthworks, henges with names like Caernarbarn and Nunwick and Hutton Moor, one after another, until it reaches the crown of the whole landscape, the Thornborough henges, 3 enormous rings of bank and ditch set out in a row, raised more than 5,000 years ago. People have called them the Stonehenge of the North, and in their day their banks may well have gleamed, coated in crushed white gypsum, so that they shone across the plain like fallen pieces of the moon. And here the pattern reaches up from the earth toward the sky. The 3 henges of Thornborough are not set in a perfectly straight line. They bend, very slightly, in what looks like a dogleg. And when you lay that bend against the night sky, it mirrors the 3 stars in the belt of Orion. The whole complex also appears to face the moon, aligned to the place on the horizon where the moon rises at the very limit of its long wandering. That wandering is worth understanding, because it tells you just how patient these people were. The moon does not keep to one path across the year. Over a slow cycle of roughly 18.5 years, the points where it rises and sets drift outward to their furthest extremes, and then slowly draw back in again. To build a monument that captures that furthest moon, you must watch the sky carefully for a lifetime, and pass what you learn to your children and to their children after them. These were not simple people. They were astronomers, working in earth and stone. And if you think a stone monument aligned to the extreme moon sounds like a lonely coincidence, then travel north and west out to the Isle of Lewis, far in the Scottish seas. There stand the stones of Callanish, an avenue of giants laid out around 5,000 years ago, and they too frame that same extreme moon, the same 18.5-year cycle, in a corner of Britain that supposedly had nothing whatever to do with Yorkshire. The same sky, the same patience, the same quiet obsession, written in stone in 2 distant places, and the line through Yorkshire, it turns out, may not stop at Thornborough. It may reach a great deal further than that. Chapter 5. How far does it reach? Turn now and look to the east. Around 44 miles away, almost exactly due east of the arrows, stands one last giant, the Rudston monolith, the tallest standing stone in all of Britain, rising some 25 feet into the air in the churchyard of a quiet village. 2 of the very tallest stones ever raised in this country, set upon a single line that runs east to west across the whole breadth of Yorkshire. You may call that chance if you wish. But the people who placed 40-ton stones with such care across the land did not deal much in chance. And the discoveries are not finished. In recent years, close to the arrows themselves, the faint outline of an enormous enclosure has been noticed in the fields, an earthwork so large that, if it is what some suspect it to be, it could rival or even surpass the great Superhenge that lies beside Stonehenge. It remains unproven and undated, and we should be careful with it and honest, but it sits exactly where the old monumental line runs, and there are even hints, in old stone sockets found a few miles to the north, that the row of giants may once have marched on far beyond the three we know. Now hold all of it in your mind at once, and let the lens pull back, all the way back, beyond Yorkshire, beyond Britain. In Brittany, 3,000 standing stones march in long rows across the land at Carnac, the oldest great stone monuments in all of Europe. On a Scottish island, the avenue at Callanish frames the wandering moon. On a Turkish hillside, people were carving giant pillars almost 12,000 years ago, and in a quiet Yorkshire field, others shaped 40-ton giants by hand and lined them up with the sky. Different lands, different centuries, peoples who, as far as we are ever told, never spoke a word to one another. And yet, again and again, they did the same 4 things. They sought out colossal stone, they shaped it with care. They moved it across distances that should have been beyond them, and they pointed it at the heavens. We have mapped only a fraction of all this, and almost none of it here in Yorkshire has ever been properly dug, which leaves us standing in the field, with the wind moving in the grass, and one very large question: what were they all answering to? Chapter 6: The Quiet Giants. So let us gather what we know, and be honest about what we do not. We know these are among the tallest standing stones in Britain. We know they were quarried from 9 miles away, and dragged here at a cost we can barely imagine. We know that beneath the soil their surfaces were shaped and smoothed by careful hands. We know there were once more of them, 4 at the very least, very likely 5, and that they stood at the head of a sacred landscape that stretched for miles and reached up to the moon and the stars. And we know that, in all the centuries since, almost nobody has put a spade in the ground to learn more. What we do not know is the one thing we most want to. We do not know who they were, or what they believed, or what these giants truly meant to them. The textbooks will give you a careful answer, a late Stone Age date, a few cautious words, and a shrug. But the stones themselves, finished by hand and aligned with the moon and standing silent in the rain for 5,000 years, do not seem to agree that they were ever ordinary. And so I will hand the question to you, because your guess tonight is as good as the textbooks, and perhaps a good deal better. From a Yorkshire field to the long rows of Brittany, to a hillside in Turkey, people who supposedly never met kept shaping colossal stone and aiming it at the very same sky. Was that only coincidence? Or were they all answering the same call, one that we have simply forgotten how to hear? Tell me your theory down in the comments, and let the bold ones come, the bolder the better, because the official story has already given its careful little answer, and a 40-ton stone, finished by hand and pointed at the moon, does not seem to agree with it. If you would like to walk with me to the next forgotten giant, then stay a while, subscribe and ring the bell so that the next story finds you when it comes. Next time we travel east to that lonely churchyard to stand at the foot of the tallest standing stone in all of Britain, the Rudston monolith, and ask what on earth it is doing there. Until then, rest easy. The giants have stood for 5,000 years. They are in no hurry at all, and neither, tonight, are we.
This monument cannot be seen from the ground. From the air, 40,000 tons of black basalt resolve into 5 perfect rings around a central grave, a wheel raised more than 5,000 years ago that hides its own shape from everyone who walks across it. The people who came after could not believe ordinary men had built it, so they gave it to giants and called it the Wheel of the Giants. It stands in the land the old texts name as the kingdom of the giant king Og, beneath the very mountain where the book of Enoch says the watchers fell and fathered the giant sons. Not a builder anyone can name, not a purpose the experts can agree on, not one answer that has survived the last 10 years. Tonight, the wheel vanished, people left to the giants. Chapter 1. The wheel no one saw. The wheel does not stand alone on an empty plain. It is the heart of a city of the dead. Spread across the ridges around it lie roughly 100 dolmens, stone tombs built from upright slabs and massive capstones, and between them run cairns, enclosures, and the worn outlines of older walls, all the work of the same vanished hands. Whoever raised the great rings did not raise a single monument. They shaped an entire sacred landscape and set this wheel at the center of it, the largest and most deliberate thing for miles in a country already heavy with graves. And deliberate is the right word. These walls are no rough heap of fallen rock. They curve in true closed circles, one nested inside the next, and straight lines of stone run from the heart of the structure outward to meet them, fixed like spokes to a hub. The outer ring reaches more than 150 meters across, broad enough to set a modern stadium inside it. The spacing repeats, the arcs hold true. Across hundreds of meters of uneven volcanic ground, the builders kept to a design so consistent that researchers believe a single standard unit of measure ran through the whole of it. Now weigh what that design cost. Every block was torn from the basalt of the plateau, dragged across open country, and lifted into place by human muscle alone, tens of thousands of tons of stone, in an age before any wheel turned beneath a cart in this land, before iron tools, before one line of writing survived to record a name or a reason. A people we still cannot identify moved a small mountain of rock by hand to a plan they carried only in their minds, and then vanished without leaving a single word to explain it. That the modern world finally read the full shape only from the air, thousands of years too late, almost does not matter to the deeper riddle. The people who lived here in the old days needed no height and no instruments to feel the weight of it. They knew that something far beyond their own powers had stood on this ground, and they reached for the one explanation vast enough to hold it. The word they kept for the builders has traveled down to us across thousands of years, and that word points to a people the oldest texts of this land swear were no legend at all. Chapter 2, The Wheel of the Giants. In Hebrew, the site is Gilgal Rephaim, and that one word, Rephaim, carries two meanings at once. It is the word for ghosts, the shades of the dead, and it is the name of the Rephaim, the race of giants the old scriptures place in this exact country. Both meanings fold into the same name, the wheel of the dead and the wheel of the giants, and the people who lived in its shadow saw no reason to choose between them. They looked at the largest stone monument in their world, and they remembered giants. The scriptures are specific about where the giants lived, and the place they name is the ground beneath this wheel. This is Bashan, the high volcanic country east of the Sea of Galilee, and the book of Deuteronomy names its last king. His name was Og, and the text calls him the last remnant of the Rephaim. It describes his bed, or his sarcophagus, as a thing of iron more than 9 cubits long, a measure that puts its owner among giants. And it remembers the cities of Bashan as places fortified with high walls, the strongholds of a people who built large. When the old writers wanted to point to the homeland of the giants, they pointed here. And the mountain that closes the northern horizon of this plateau carries the heaviest memory of all. Mount Hermon rises in plain sight of the Golan, and it is on the summit of Hermon that the Book of Enoch sets the moment the world changed. 200 of the watchers, the angelic sentinels set to observe mankind, descended upon that peak and bound themselves by oath to a forbidden purpose. From their union with mortal women came the Nephilim, the giant sons, and with the watchers came knowledge that mankind had not been meant to hold, the working of metal and weapons, the reading of the stars, the secrets of the earth. That story does not belong to some distant elsewhere. It is anchored to a mountain you can see from the rim of this very wheel. So the memory of giants does not drift loosely across the ancient world. It settles hard and specific on this one plateau, the land of Og, beneath the mountain of the Watchers, around the one monument too large and too strange for the people to credit to themselves. Whether or not giants ever walked here, the conviction that they did was fixed to this ground long before any archaeologist arrived, and fixed nowhere else nearby with the same force. A name like that is not decoration. A name like that is a memory, worn smooth by long repetition, of something the builders or their heirs wanted held onto. The question is what the memory is of, and why this wheel, of all the stones in the land, became the thing it fastened to. Chapter 3, A Century of Wrong Answers. Modern scholarship arrived late, and when it arrived, it could not make up its mind. The first instinct was to call the wheel a fortress, a stronghold of stacked walls. But the walls enclosed nothing defensible. The rings opened in gateways rather than sealing a perimeter, and no one would garrison a fort they could not see across. The fortress idea fell away. Attention turned to the chamber at the center and to the obvious thought that a monument wrapped around a grave is a tomb. Yet the grave complicates more than it settles. When archaeologists led by Jonathan Mizrachi excavated the central cairn across 4 seasons from 1988 to 1991, they found that the chamber at the heart of the wheel was raised long after the rings themselves by something close to 1,500 years. The wheel came first, and the great tomb was set into its center by a later people, as though they too had found the rings already ancient and chose to be buried inside their power. The chamber had been robbed in antiquity. It held beads and a pin and the traces of weapons, the goods of someone important, but of the body those goods once honored, there was nothing left at all. A grave at the very center, and no one in it. That absence opened the door to stranger readings. One archaeologist, Rami Arav, proposed that the monument was a place of sky burial, a vast open structure where the dead were laid out and exposed until the birds and the weather stripped the bones clean, in the manner of the towers of silence raised by the Zoroastrians far to the east. The wheel, in that reading, is not a tomb, but a threshold, a machine for handing the dead over to the sky. Then came the theory that held the field for a generation. In the late 1990s, a detailed study argued that the wheel was an observatory and a calendar, that its gateways and walls were aligned to the rising sun at the solstice, that a standard unit of measure ran through its geometry, and that the people who built it were reading the turning of the year off the horizon for the sake of their harvests. For 25 years, that was the respectable answer. The Wheel of the Giants became the Stonehenge of the East, a Bronze Age instrument for watching the heavens. And then, in 2024, that answer was taken apart. A team led by Olga Kabarova, Lev Eppelbaum, and Michal Birkenfeld, working through Tel Aviv University and Ben-Gurion University and publishing in the journal Remote Sensing, applied geomagnetic analysis and tectonic reconstruction to the whole plateau. They found that the ground itself has been moving, rotating, and creeping across enormous spans of time, carrying the monument with it. The walls and gateways no longer stand where they stood when they were built. The alignments that earlier researchers had measured to the solstice sun point in their original position to nothing in particular. The observatory had been reasoned from a layout the Earth had quietly rearranged. So the most confident explanation of the last quarter century dissolved inside a single decade. Fortress, tomb, sky, altar, observatory, each was raised and each in turn came down. The honest position, the one the newest science leaves us holding, is that we do not know what this wheel was for. And that is precisely the silence into which the old name keeps speaking. Chapter 4, The Wheels You Can Only See from the Sky. If this were the only monument of its kind, we could file it away as a single riddle. It is not the only one of its kind. Out in the black volcanic deserts that run from southern Syria, across Jordan and down into Saudi Arabia and Yemen, lie thousands of stone structures that share its deepest peculiarity. They too are nearly invisible from the ground. They too reveal their shape only from the air. The world did not even know they existed until the 1920s, when pilots of the Royal Air Force, flying mail and survey routes over the lava fields, looked down and saw geometry where the maps showed only waste. In 1927, a flight lieutenant named Percy Maitland published the first account of them and recorded the name the local Bedouin already used. They call them the works of the old men. Among these works are the wheels. They are circles of low stone wall, often with spokes radiating from a center, ranging from a few tens of meters to far larger, and more than 1,000 of them have now been counted. Some are older than anyone expected. Two of the wheels in the basalt desert of eastern Jordan have been dated to roughly 8,500 years ago, which makes them older than the famous lines etched across the plain of Nazca in Peru, older than almost any monument a listener could casually name. And at the heart of certain wheels sits a familiar feature, a tomb set precisely at the center, the dead placed at the hub while the great ring turns around them. Set the desert wheels beside the wheel on the Golan, and the resemblance stops feeling like coincidence. A ring of stone too large to read from the ground, a grave at the exact center, a design meant for a vantage high above the earth, and a people who could not name the builders. So they handed the work to a vanished older race, the old men, the ones who came before. The same idea, the same secrecy, the same burial at the center, repeated across hundreds of miles of country that no single village could have spanned. We do not know that the same hands made them. The distances and the centuries argue against any tidy single workshop. But we are no longer looking at one strange monument that a lone community happened to raise. We are looking at a shared instinct, written again and again across the oldest deserts of the Near East, to enclose the dead inside an enormous wheel laid flat for the sky to see. Whatever idea moved the builders of the Golan, it was not theirs alone. It was in the air over a whole region, long before history began to write anything down. And once you have seen the pattern in the desert, you begin to find the wheel turning in places far beyond it. Chapter 5. The same wheel everywhere. The age that raised the wheel of the giants was, across the world, an age of stone circles. While the rings rose on the Golan, far to the northwest, the builders of Stonehenge were hauling their great sarsen stones upright on the plain of Salisbury, setting them in rings aligned to the sun, raising mounds for their dead across the surrounding land. The two monuments never knew of each other. No road, no ship, no shared language joined the Golan to the south of Britain. Yet, in the same broad window of time, two peoples who could not possibly have met both answered the same impulse, to ring the dead and the sky in circles of standing stone. Widen the view and the circles keep appearing. In West Africa, along the river country of what is now Senegal and Gambia, stand more than 1,000 rings of carved stone, set over graves raised by a people whose name is lost to us. In the highlands of Armenia stands a field of pierced standing stones that many now call the Armenian Stonehenge. In the Egyptian desert at Nabta Playa, a ring of stones older than Stonehenge itself was set to mark the turning of the sky long before the pyramids were imagined. Peoples separated by oceans and by thousands of years, sharing no script and no empire, again and again arranged heavy stone into circles and tied those circles to the dead and to the heavens. Mainstream history has a calm answer for this, and it is not a foolish one. Human beings everywhere watch the same sun and bury the same dead, and the circle is the simplest profound shape there is. So perhaps it is no wonder that scattered peoples reached for it on their own. That may be the whole of it. But the older texts of this particular region offer a different account, and it is the account the Wheel of the Giants was named for. The Book of Enoch remembers a moment when forbidden knowledge was poured into the world from above. The working of metals, the reading of the stars, the secrets of the earth, carried by the watchers and inherited by their giant sons. In that telling, the knowledge did not arise 100 times over in 100 separate minds. It was given once and then scattered, and the great flood that followed broke the world that held it into fragments, leaving the survivors to carry whatever pieces they could remember. Rings of stone raised by unrelated peoples in that reading are not a coincidence of the human mind. They are the broken inheritance of something taught a single time and lost. You do not have to believe it. But standing inside a tradition that placed the giants on this exact ground, beneath the mountain where that same tradition placed the fall, the question will not quite let go. If a single source lies under all these scattered wheels, what was it and what became of it? Chapter 6, What the Stone Remembers. In the end, the wheel keeps its own counsel. Stand on the Golan in the early light, and it is still at eye level, only a field of dark stone on a high plateau, the wind moving over basalt, the mountain pale on the northern skyline. The perfect rings are there beneath the scatter, exactly where they have lain for more than 5,000 years, waiting for a vantage no one on the ground can take. In a single century, the experts have called this place a fortress, a tomb, an altar for the sky, an observatory of the sun, and then, in our own decade, unsaid the last of those answers and returned the wheel to mystery. 4 confident explanations in 100 years, and not one of them has held. The shepherds were less ambitious and, so far, more durable. They did not claim to know who raised the rings or how. They gave the monument a name and kept it, and the name has outlasted every theory the universities have produced. The Wheel of the Giants, the Wheel of the Dead, a memory worn into language and carried for 3,000 years, fixed to the one ground the old books call the country of Og, beneath the one mountain the old books call the place where the watchers fell. We cannot put a giant inside that empty central grave. We cannot read the minds of the people who dragged 40,000 tons of stone into rings for an eye in the sky. What we can say is narrower and stranger than any legend. In the land their own descendants would remember as the home of giants, beneath the peak their own scriptures would mark as the scene of the fall. A vanished people built something so vast and so deliberate that those who came after could not believe ordinary men had done it, and laid their own honored dead at the center of it, and let the giants keep the wheel. The stone does not explain itself. It only waits, flat against the plateau, for the sky it was built to face. And whatever it remembers, it has kept far longer than we have known to ask. There are maps in the old archives of Europe that show coastlines no human eye should ever have seen, lands drawn centuries, and in some cases thousands of years, before any ship or any sonar could have found them. For a long time, the experts called these maps mistakes, fantasies, the idle decoration of men who did not know what lay beyond the edge of the known world. And then, one by one, the oceans began to give the lands back. Drowned forests beneath the North Sea, a whole continent under the South Pacific, ancient stone hidden inside a young volcanic island. Tonight, we count down 10 lost lands that modern science swore could not exist, and the old maps that drew them anyway. Number 10, Doggerland, the drowned world beneath the North Sea. In 1931, a fishing trawler called the Kalinda was dragging its nets across the Lehman and Oa banks, around 25 miles off the English coast, when something heavy caught in the rigging. Inside a block of black peat, the crew found a barbed point carved from red deer antler, no longer than a man's hand, shaped by deliberate human work. When it was finally dated, it proved to be more than 13,000 years old. It had not been dropped from a boat. It had been used on dry land, in a forest, by a hunter standing where there are now 120 feet of cold salt water. That single object opened a door onto an entire country. Using sound waves fired into the seabed, surveyors have since mapped Doggerland's rivers, its lakes, and its lost coastlines, a landscape once larger than Britain where mammoth and red deer once grazed. Off the Isle of Wight, at a sunken site called Baldner Cliff, divers have recovered worked flints and even traces of wheat thousands of years before farming was thought to have reached these islands. Decorated bone, flint blades, and fragments of human skull still surface in the dredgers' nets to this day. And then the sea took it. Around 8,200 years ago, a vast undersea landslide off the coast of Norway, known as the Storegga Slide, sent a wave across the shrinking lowlands and drowned the last of them. The old charts of northern Europe carry faint and disputed echoes of land where there is now only water. The peat remembers. The maps, some say, remembered too. Number 9, Beringia, the vanished land that filled the Americas. In 1937, a Swedish botanist named Erik Hultén gave a name to a place most people pictured as a narrow bridge of ice and gravel between Siberia and Alaska. He called it Beringia, and the work that followed turned that narrow bridge into something far greater. Beringia was a subcontinent, a cold, dry grassland larger than Alaska and the Yukon combined, alive with mammoth, bison, and wild horse for more than 20,000 years, and people lived upon it. The DNA of every indigenous nation in the Americas still carries the signature of a founding population that sat isolated on that land for thousands of years before spreading south into two empty continents. Their homeland is now seabed, drowned as the Ice Age ended and the Bering and the Chukchi seas crept in from both sides. What unsettles the map makers is that several charts from the 1500s and 1600s, drawn long before Vitus Bering officially confirmed the strait in 1728, sketch land in that exact northern gap. Coincidence, the textbooks say. Perhaps, but every Native American alive today is descended from people who watched that land go under and who remembered well enough to carry the story south. Number 8, Mauritius, the ancient splinter beneath the Indian Ocean. Mauritius is a young island, a volcano that rose from the sea only a few million years ago. So when geologists, led by Louis Ashwell, examined its rock in 2017, they found something that should not have been there. Locked inside the young volcanic stone were tiny crystals of zircon, and zircon is almost indestructible, carrying the date of its own birth like a sealed receipt. These crystals were not a few million years old. They were close to 3 billion years old. The only way they could be there is if a far older land lay buried beneath the island, and the seismic surveys agree. A drowned fragment of continent, now named Mauritius, lies under the waves between Madagascar and India, a leftover from the breakup of the ancient supercontinent Gondwana. An earlier study had found such crystals in the island's beach sand, and critics said the wind or the tide could have carried them in. The later team answered that doubt by finding the crystals sealed inside solid rock, where no wind could ever reach. A handful of old charts mark islands in that stretch of ocean that match nothing known today, dismissed for centuries as the inventions of bored cartographers. The continent, at least, is no invention. It is real, it is down there, and its stones are older than almost anything standing on the surface of the earth. Number 7, Greater Adria, the continent crushed beneath southern Europe. In 2019, a geologist named Du van Hinsbergen finished a project that had taken 10 years, a slow reconstruction of the deep history of the Mediterranean. What he and his team uncovered was not a small island, but a landmass the size of Greenland. They called it Greater Adria. It broke away from Gondwana around 240 million years ago, drifted north, and then slammed into the underside of Europe, where most of it was driven down into the Earth's mantle. The part that did not sink was scraped off and crumpled upward, and we walk upon it every day. The Alps, the Apennines, the mountains of Greece and Turkey, the limestone and the marble that built Rome and Athens. All of it is the scraped off skin of a dead continent. No human ever saw Greater Adria whole, for it was gone tens of millions of years before our kind existed, and no map records it. But it earns its place here for what it teaches. The ground we imagine to be permanent is the recycled corpse of older worlds, and the Mediterranean is a graveyard of continents. Number 6, Hyperborea, the Arctic land on Mercator's map. In 1569, the great cartographer Gerardus Mercator published the map that would change navigation forever. And in the far north, where there should have been only empty ocean and ice, he drew a continent. 4 great islands arranged around a central polar sea, with a black mountain rising at the very pole. He gave it the name Greek writers had used more than 2,000 years before him, Hyperborea, the land beyond the north wind. Mercator did not simply invent it. In his own letters, he wrote that he had taken the northern lands from an older source, a lost book called the Inventio Fortunata, which in turn claimed to draw on traditions older still. For centuries, this was filed under fantasy. Then sonar mapped the floor of the Arctic Ocean and found it divided by great underwater ridges, the Lomonosov and the Gokul, splitting the basin into separate deeps. The match to Mercator's 4-part design is rough, rather than exact, and the experts are right to be cautious. But a 16th century mapmaker could not have sounded the Arctic seabed, and he drew a divided polar sea anyway. Where did the idea come from? Number 5, Kumari Kandam, the drowned motherland of the Tamil South. In the ancient Tamil writings, known as the Sangam literature, there are repeated memories of a great land that once stretched south from the tip of India, deep into the Indian Ocean. It was said to be the cradle of Tamil civilization, home to academies of poets and long lines of kings, and it was swallowed by the sea in a series of floods. The traditional timescales are vast, far beyond what any historian will accept as literal record. But strip away the legend and look at the seabed, and something real remains. At the height of the last ice age, when the ocean stood around 400 feet lower than today, a long spine of land called the Chagos-Laccadive Ridge reached far south of India's present coast. It was dry, it was walkable, and it drowned as the ice melted away. Old Greek and Arab geographers described southern lands and oversized islands that no modern chart can place. Whether any human truly remembered Kumari Kandam, or whether the poets simply described a coastline their distant ancestors once walked, the land beneath the legend was no myth. Number 4, Terra Australis, and the map that drew Antarctica without its ice. In 1929, historians working in the old Topkapi Palace in Istanbul found a fragment of gazelle skin. It was a map, signed and dated to 1513 by an Ottoman admiral named Piri Reis. In his own notes, he wrote that he had built it from around 20 older charts, some of them, he claimed, dating back to the age of Alexander the Great. Along the bottom edge runs a southern coastline, and in 1956, a United States naval officer argued that it matched the coast of Queen Maud Land in Antarctica, a coast that today lies buried beneath the ice. The claim is fiercely disputed, and the mainstream answer is that the line is simply a bent and stretched South America. That may well be so, but Piri Reis is not alone. Maps by Oronteus Phineas in 1531 and by Philippe Boache in 1737 also show a great southern continent, and Boache drew his as two landmasses split by a channel of water, which is very nearly how the ice would later be found to divide Antarctica beneath. These maps were drawn before any ship had sailed far enough south to look. What exactly were they copying? Number 3, Zealandia, the 8th continent hidden in plain sight. In 2017, a team of geologists led by Nick Mortimer published a quiet paper with an enormous claim. New Zealand, they wrote, is not a chain of islands. It is the mountain tops of a continent, and the rest of that continent, 94% of it, lies drowned beneath the South Pacific. They named it Zealandia, nearly 5 million square kilometers of continental crust, roughly the size of the Indian subcontinent. Sunken, but unmistakably continental. The strangest part is how long it hid. The data had been sitting in the surveys for decades. What was missing was the will to call it what it plainly was. Generations of school children were taught that the Earth has 7 continents. The map was wrong. There are 8, and one of them is almost entirely underwater. In 2023, the same scientists finished charting its full shape, making Zealandia the first continent on Earth to be completely mapped, and it is no mere fragment. It has stood as a distinct landmass for at least 85 million years. Some Maori and Polynesian traditions speak of larger lands to the south and the east, lost beneath the sea. Most of Zealandia sank long before any person could have seen it. But the lesson is hard to shake. A continent the size of India can lie beneath a busy ocean and stay off our maps until the year 2017. Number 2, Mu and Lemuria, the supposed motherland of the Pacific. This one began as real science and drifted into legend. In 1864, a British zoologist named Philip Sclater was puzzled that lemurs and their relatives were scattered across Madagascar, Africa, and India, separated by deep open ocean. He proposed a sunken land that had once joined them, and he called it Lemuria. Plate tectonics later gave a better answer, and science quietly let the idea go. But by then it had escaped into the occult. Helena Blavatsky made Lemuria the homeland of a lost root race of humanity, and a writer named James Churchward built an entire drowned Pacific empire he called Mu. None of that has any scientific standing whatsoever. And yet the Pacific is not the empty blue plain we picture. Beneath it lie vast sunken plateaus, among them the Ontong Java Plateau, larger than Alaska, drowned now under 2 miles of water. Easter Island sits alone, thousands of miles from anywhere, its great statues staring outward across the waves. Mainstream science rejects Mu and Lemuria, and it is right to. But the deep Pacific is full of drowned and broken land, and every few years the seabed surveys reveal a little more of what is truly down there. Number 1. Atlantis and the maps that will not let it die. Around 360 BC, the philosopher Plato set down the most famous lost land of all. He described a great island power beyond the Pillars of Hercules, beyond the strait we now call Gibraltar, an empire that ruled the Western Sea, and then, in a single day and night of earthquake and flood, sank beneath the waves. He placed the disaster around 11,600 years before our own time. And here is what unsettles even careful people. That date falls almost exactly upon the end of the last ice age, the very moment when the rising seas drowned Doggerland, swallowed Beringia, and flooded coastlines on every continent at once, the same era remembered in flood stories from cultures that never met. The maps play their part as well. For more than 5 centuries, from about 1325 onward, European charts marked an island far west of Ireland called High Brazil, hunted for again and again by expedition after expedition, and removed only in the 1800s, when no one could ever find it. Whether Atlantis was a real place or a true memory wrapped inside a story, Plato put a great drowning in very nearly the right century, in very nearly the right ocean. Either that is the wildest coincidence in the written record, or somewhere out there, beneath the Atlantic, something is still waiting to be found. 10 lands, 10 drownings. Some of them proven by drill cores and by living DNA, some by crystals older than the continents themselves, and some only by the strange persistence of old maps that drew coastlines no one should have known. The mainstream will tell you the maps are coincidence and the legends are invention, and on any single case they may well be right. But laid side by side, the pattern grows harder to dismiss. The sea has taken far more of this world than we were ever taught, and it took some of it within the memory of our own kind. So here is the question we leave with you tonight. Which of these 10 do you believe the old map makers truly knew, and which is nothing more than chance? Tell us below, and do not be shy with the bold answers, because the map of the earth is still being drawn, and the ocean has not yet finished giving back its dead. If you want more journeys into the lost and the drowned, click the video now on your screen and subscribe before the tide comes in.
There is a quarry in Egypt where the granite looks scooped, not cut. The unfinished obelisk at Aswan still lies half buried in the bedrock that bore it. More than 40 meters of pink granite, well over 1,000 tons of solid rock, and around its sides the stone has been removed in curved bites, roughly 40 centimeters across, the same size again and again and again, as if a fixed tool had pressed itself into the rock and lifted the granite away like soft clay. Mainstream archaeology has said for 100 years that workers pounded these trenches out by hand with stone balls. The debris left in the trench is nowhere near what decades of hand pounding by gangs of labourers should have piled up. The curvature is too even. Not chisel, not saw. Not anything any ancient toolkit we know of can do. Tonight we look at the mark in the stone that mainstream archaeology still cannot account for, and at the machine built in 2025 that has just printed the same signature into a slab of granite in California. Chapter 1. A machine built in our own decade. In a workshop south of San Francisco, an engineering company called EarthGrid has spent the last few years building something the textbooks do not yet have a name for. Their idea is simple and brutal. Instead of grinding through rock with a steel cutter, they aim a plasma torch at it, a column of ionized gas so hot it does not behave like a flame at all. The torches they use can reach roughly 27,000 degrees Celsius, which is about 48,600 degrees Fahrenheit. That is hotter than the surface of the Sunday. At those temperatures, granite does not crack or shatter the way it does under a chisel. It flakes off in thin curved sheets through a process the engineers call spallation, the rock surrendering its outer layer because the molecules can no longer hold against the heat. What is left behind, when the torch moves on, is a face of stone that does not look cut. It looks scraped. It looks scooped. In the summer of 2025, EarthGrid took a 2-torch system into a working granite quarry in California and ran it across a slab of bedrock to cut a test channel. They were not trying to imitate Aswan. They were trying to prove a tunneling technology that could one day lay power cables under cities 100 times faster than the steel cutters we use now. But when the footage came out, people who had spent years staring at the trenches of the unfinished obelisk stopped and rewound. The walls of the test channel were not perfectly straight. They drifted by a degree here and there, the same gentle wander the trenches around the obelisk make. The top of the channel was rounded with a soft curvature, exactly the way the upper edges of the obelisk trench curve. The vertical wall carried slanted tooling lines, each one ending at the bottom of the channel in a small round corner. And the surface itself was not the bright sharpness of a saw or a drill. It was patchy, uneven, slightly bumpy, soft, in the way pottery is soft just before it is fired. None of this is proof that ancient Egypt had a plasma torch. The honest version is smaller and stronger. Of every method we have invented since the Industrial Revolution, of every cutting tool a modern engineer has lined up next to a slab of granite, the one that leaves a signature most like Aswan is the one we only learned to build in our own decade. The match is not in one feature. It is in a stack of them. Width, depth, the texture of the wall, the curvature of the upper edge, the small round corners at the floor. We do not yet have a sober explanation for that. What we have is the uncomfortable fact that a workshop in California, working from a clean sheet of paper in the 2020s, walked into the same shape ancient Egypt walked into more than 3,000 years ago. And before we ask who or how, we have to look more carefully at the mark itself, because the geometry of it carries its own argument. Chapter 2. The tool that kept its size. The thing about the scoop marks at Aswan that nobody can quite explain is not that they are curved. Curved excavation marks happen. The thing that bothers anyone who studies them long enough is that they are the same size. The same size, almost exactly, across the entire quarry. Each scoop sits inside a square, about 40 centimetres on a side. The next one over is about 40 centimetres on a side. The one above it is about 40 centimetres on a side, and so on, hundreds of times. Across the trench, around the unfinished obelisk, and across the rock face wherever this same removal method was used. That is not what handwork looks like. Handwork scatters. A pounding stone does not keep returning to a fixed footprint with the patience of a stamp. The repetition reads, instead, like the working face of a tool that took the same bite every time because that was the size of its mouth. The mainstream explanation, and to its credit it has held for 100 years, was first written down by Reginald Engelbach in the year 1922. Engelbach was a sober field archaeologist. He measured everything. He noted that the obelisk had been isolated from the bedrock by a narrow trench, roughly 75 centimetres wide, just enough room for a worker to stand in and swing a tool. He concluded the trenches had been pounded out by gangs of labourers wielding dolerite hammerstones, dropping the harder rock onto the softer granite for hours and days and weeks until the bedrock crumbled away. It is a careful, grounded answer. It uses no technology we do not have evidence for. It is the explanation any honest investigator owes its full hearing. But hand-pounding leaves a fingerprint of its own, and a quarry that was pounded for years should still be screaming about it. Tons of crushed and pulverized granite, the inevitable powder of millions of impacts, ought to lie everywhere around the obelisk in a coarse drift. There is debris at Aswan. The quarry was worked. But the amount of pulverized granite scattered around the unfinished obelisk does not match what decades of hand-pounding by gangs of labourers should have left behind. The scatter is wrong for the method, and the marks themselves do not chip out the way hand-pounding chips out. They sweep. A pounded surface is jagged and bright with fresh fracture. A scoop is soft. It has the appearance of something a tool has lifted, in one motion, rather than chiselled away in 1,000. None of this proves the dolerite theory wrong. It only proves that the simplest version of it does not finish the work. Something else, used at least for the first rough cut, left the signature you cannot stop seeing once you have learnt to see it. And the moment you have learnt to see it at Aswan, you start to see it somewhere it has no business being at all. Chapter 3. The Same Mark, An Ocean Away. In the year 1985, a professor of architecture at the University of California, Berkeley, named Jean-Pierre Protzen, published one of those careful, restrained pieces of fieldwork that the alternative history community usually has no time for. Protzen was not looking for a lost civilization. He was studying how the Inca actually built their walls. He spent years in Peru, walking the abandoned quarries above Ollantaytambo, the high stone fields the locals call Cachicata, where unfinished blocks of granite still lie scattered across the slope where they were left when the Spanish came. He measured them, photographed them, and tried to work out mark by mark what tool had been at work. The conclusion he came to was that the Inca had done it with hammerstones, hard balls of diorite swung against the workpiece again and again until the rock obliged. The same answer Engelbach had reached for at Aswan more than half a century earlier on the other side of the world. And then, in the middle of his published paper, Protzen wrote a single sentence that has been quietly burning a hole in the alternative history conversation ever since. He noted that the cutting marks on the blocks at Cachicata were, in his own words, very similar to those found on the unfinished obelisk at Aswan, and that the technique involved must not have been very different from the one used by the Egyptians. A Berkeley professor, with no axe to grind, no fringe to defend, walks into a Peruvian quarry and finds himself describing the same marks he could have been shown a photograph of in an Egyptian one. Protzen explained the similarity by giving both cultures the same simple toolkit. That is the careful version, and it deserves respect. But it is not the only thing the similarity is allowed to mean. The pounded rock face at Cachicata and the scooped trench at Aswan do not just resemble each other in a vague family way, they share specific features: the curvature, the repetition, the way the tool seems to keep its size. If both were pounded out by hand, then two cultures separated by an ocean, by thousands of years, by languages and gods and architectural traditions that have nothing in common, converged on exactly the same technique, with exactly the same working dimension, and left exactly the same fingerprint in the bedrock. That is allowed to be true. Convergence is a real thing, but it is also allowed to be the wrong answer. Because if the similarity is not convergence, the alternative is older and harder and much more interesting. It is that somewhere upstream of both Aswan and Cachicata, somebody knew how to take this kind of bite out of solid rock, and the knowledge was inherited by two cultures who no longer remembered where it came from. The stone in two hemispheres is telling us the same story, and the further south you go in Peru, the stranger the story gets. Chapter 4. Walls that behave as if the stone was soft. Above the city of Cusco, on a hill the Inca named Sacsay Huaman, there is a wall that has been disturbing visitors for 5 centuries. Blocks of stone, some of them taller than a person, joined to their neighbours along curved irregular seams that follow no rule a stonemason would set himself. The corners are rounded, the joints have no gaps. A blade of grass cannot find its way between them, and in places it looks as though the stone has been pressed together while still warm, as though one block has remembered the shape of the block beside it. The same kind of work appears at Ollantaytambo and at Machu Picchu, and at the smaller polygonal walls scattered through the sacred valley. It is genuinely difficult to explain. Look at the parts of these walls that were never meant to be seen, the hidden tops of blocks, the buried edges, the back faces that were going to be covered the moment the next stone was set on top. They are as smooth as the faces the builders left exposed to the air. No mason on a labour budget polishes the side of a block that is about to vanish underground. Cast a block in a mould, and both faces come out smooth by default. There is no extra work to do, because the smoothness is what the mould gives you. This is the place where the conversation about Peru fractures, and it is worth being careful about how we hold it. There is a contested hypothesis that the polygonal walls were not carved at all, but cast, that the builders had a recipe for a stone-like material that could be poured into shape on the slope and then set, the way modern concrete is poured and set. It is a striking idea, and it would explain the seams and the hidden smooth faces in one stroke. It is also not proven. Sampling work has tied much of the stone at Sacsayhuaman back to natural limestone from the quarries nearby, which is the result the wider archaeological community currently accepts. So the honest version, the version we are going to hold, separates two things. The geometry of the walls is real, and the geometry is the anomaly. Tight, curved, gap-free joints made by hand in stones that weigh tons, with a fit precise enough that they have ridden out half a millennium of earthquakes without slipping, is itself something modern masons cannot reproduce on schedule. Whether the material was cast or carved, the builders worked the stone as if they understood it the way a potter understands clay, and that is the link back to Aswan that matters. If extreme heat is what allowed the granite at the unfinished obelisk to be lifted away in soft, scooped sheets, then it is at least worth asking whether the same kind of heat is what made the giant blocks at Sacsayhuaman pliable enough to press into shape before they cooled and locked themselves into one another for good. We are not saying that is the answer. We are saying it is no longer an unreasonable question. Whatever a cultural ancestor in the deep past knew about working hard rock, the people who built the walls of Sacsayhuaman seem to have known some of it too. Which makes the next question simple. If the same fingerprint shows up at Aswan and Kachikata, where else does it show up? And, more importantly, where does it not? Chapter 5. The marks that only look the part. The other reason to take Aswan and Kachikata seriously is to know what is not like them. There are at least two sites that the alternative history conversation likes to fold into the same story, and on careful viewing, neither of them belongs. Outside the city of Nanjing, in China, there is a quarry called Yangshan, where 3 enormous unfinished blocks of limestone lie abandoned on the slope of the hill that bore them. They were cut for a steel that was never delivered. The story is fully documented. In the year 1405, the Yongle emperor of the early Ming dynasty ordered a monument for his father, and the work was begun and then quietly abandoned when it became obvious that nothing in China at the time could move stones of that size into Nanjing. Some videos claim to see scoop marks in the rectangular cutout at the foot of the largest of these blocks. They are not scoop marks. The footage shows what Ming-era chisel work and pick work always shows. Sharp, parallel, broken edges. Striations made by metal points held in the hand. From a certain camera angle, in dim light, the broken edges can be flattered into looking softer than they are. They are not. They are the honest fingerprint of a hammered chisel in a quarry whose date and tools we already know. The same caution holds for Stonehenge. A particular sarsen, stone 59A, carries surface markings on one of its faces that, on a quick glance through an online photograph, look a little like scoop marks. They are not. The published survey work on Stone 59 A describes longitudinal tooling ridges and transverse tooling marks. They are the signature of a dressing stage, the polishing pass after the stone was set, weathered down by 4,000 years of rain and lichen and frost. They show up on one face of one stone. The Aswan marks show up on every face of an entire quarry. Scale matters, context matters. The Stonehenge marks are not the same animal. There is, finally, a fourth category, and we will not pretend to have an answer for it. The same Berkeley study that compared Kachikota to Aswan also noted a southern quarry of Kachikota where the work had been done in granite, where the few remaining tools were nothing more than diorite hammerstones, and where the cutting marks looked, again, very similar to the obelisk. Almost nothing else has been written about it. It is a question waiting for somebody to come and measure, and until somebody does, the honest move is to put it in the column marked, "We do not yet know." Chapter 6. The question the stone hands back. So the picture is not a clean one. The picture is a stack, curved removal marks at Aswan that keep returning to the same 40-centimetre footprint. A trench floor whose scatter of debris does not match what decades of hand-pounding should have left behind. The same kind of mark, across an ocean, photographed and measured by a sober Berkeley professor who could not help noticing the resemblance. Polygonal walls in Peru fitted together as though the stone had once been pliable. And the strangest piece of the stack, a machine built in the year 2025 in a workshop in California, that takes its first cut at a slab of granite and produces almost the same signature the ancients left behind. None of this proves anything by itself. Together it amounts to a weight. The mainstream story, told fairly, does not finish the job. Whatever finished the job was here before history started writing things down. So tonight the question goes to you. If a machine we only learned to build in our own decade is the closest match we have to the marks at Aswan, then who or what left the same signature in the stone thousands of years ago? And how much else have we mistaken for ordinary tool work because we did not yet have the right tool to recognize it? Tell me in the comments. The bolder the theory, the better. The textbooks already wrote their answer, and the stone is not entirely sure it agrees. If you have made it this far, you are the reason this channel exists. Subscribe, tap the bell, and the next time we open a quarry that should not be possible, you will not miss it.
There is a gateway on a remote island in the South Pacific that holds a contradiction inside its own stones. 3 slabs of coral limestone, 2 of them standing upright, each taller than a man and weighing somewhere between 30 and 40 tons, with a 3rd slab lifted across the top and locked in place by deep sockets cut into the uprights. It is the same joint that holds the crossbeams onto the great stones of Stonehenge, half a world away, and no one can explain why it appears here as well. The official story is gentle and tidy. A king of the 13th century raised it as a doorway, a monument to his 2 sons. But one of Tonga's own kings spent years convinced it was something more, a calendar carved in stone to catch the turning of the sun. A laboratory in Australia later traced one of these builders' tools across 2,500 kilometers of open ocean. And in the summer of 2020, the journal Nature confirmed that these people had done something historians had called impossible for 100 years. Tonight we stand at the last doorway of an empire your history books barely mention, and we ask who really built it, where their mastery came from, and how much older their story might be. Chapter 1, Cut from the Reef. Run your fingers along the top of one of the uprights, and you find it. A socket hewn cleanly into the crown of the stone, waiting to receive the beam that still rests in it after 8 centuries. That single detail is where the easy explanation begins to come apart. So let us start not with the size of the thing, but with the rock itself. The stone is coral limestone, and it did not come from a mountain. It was born in the sea. Wave after wave, across uncounted years, the ocean pressed grains of coral sand into flat sheets, layer upon layer, each one only 10 to 20 centimeters thick. The builders went down to the tidal flats, quarried these natural slabs out of the reef, and carried them inland. There was no metal anywhere on these islands, no iron chisel, no steel saw, no draft animal, no wheel. The work was done with stone tools, with wooden levers, with rollers cut from timber, and with ramps of heaped earth. Now, the mainstream account of how the gateway was raised is reasonable, and I want to give it its full due before we go further. Skilled crews working with levers and ramps and rollers can move enormous weight. The pyramids were built this way. The great tombs of Europe were built this way. The account is internally consistent, and it explains the muscle. What it does not explain is the precision, the way the beam was seated so exactly into sockets cut to fit it. And it does not explain the motive, why a people would pour this much labor into a single doorway at the edge of the ocean. Over the years, storytellers have rushed in to fill that gap. One popular book claimed a lost Chinese treasure fleet sailed here and built it, and that one we can let go of cleanly, because historians searched for a single Chinese artifact, a single document, and found nothing at all. The drowned continent of Mu is a different kind of story. Science dismisses it as a writer's invention, and no chart has ever found its shores. And yet the strange kinship between megalithic doorways standing on opposite sides of the planet forces a question that will not stay quiet. Could there be a common root to all of this? Something older than we have dared to imagine, lying beneath water no one has searched. Hold that question. For now, the simplest reading is that the people of these islands raised this themselves, and even that should stop us cold, because it demands a kind of society the textbooks never prepared us for. And if you doubt that giant stones can cross open water in nothing but canoes, remember this. On the island of Yap, far to the northwest, people were still ferrying multi-ton discs of carved stone across 400 kilometers of open sea in outrigger canoes right up until the 1930s. The capability is not in doubt. Only the scale of what stands here is. So we know they were master builders. What troubles me is that for most of the last century, the experts insisted these same people could not even have sailed here on purpose. Chapter 2, The Day the Experts Were Proven Wrong. In 1956, a scholar named Andrew Sharp published an idea that hardened into doctrine. The peoples of the Pacific, he argued, could not have navigated these vast distances deliberately. Their canoes were too flimsy. Their methods were too crude. The islands, he said, must have been settled by accident, by fishermen blown off course, by drifting vessels carried by wind and current to land they never meant to find. For 2 decades, this was the respectable position. To suggest otherwise was to be called a romantic. Then a canoe was built to settle the question. In the spring of 1976, a double-hulled vessel named Hokule set out from Hawaii, bound for Tahiti. She carried no compass, no charts, no instruments of any kind. She was navigated the old way, by a man reading the stars, the swells, the flight of birds, the color of the sky. 2,700 miles of open ocean later, she arrived. The drift doctrine did not survive the voyage. These were not lost fishermen. These were among the finest navigators the human species has ever produced, and the experts had spent 20 years insisting otherwise. Hold that thought, because the gateway's own builders left proof in the rock. In 2014, a team led by Geoffrey Clark at the Australian National University took stone tools excavated from the heart of this Tongan kingdom and ran them through geochemical analysis, matching each tool to the quarry it came from. The results traced a web of contact running to Samoa and to Fiji, and one cutting tool was sourced to the Society Islands, roughly 2,500 kilometers away. This is not legend. This is laboratory chemistry. The tools of the people who raised this gateway had crossed half an ocean and come home. This is the lesson worth carrying with you. The settled consensus, the careful expert view, was simply wrong, and it was the so-called romantics who turned out to be right. Consensus has an expiry date when the evidence finally arrived. So when the textbooks tell you what these people could not possibly have done, it is worth remembering how that story ended last time. The navigators were real. The question becomes, what did they build when they came home from the sea? Chapter 3, the capital of 700 slabs. 15 kilometers down the coast from the gateway, a team of conservators set out to repair a set of ancient tombs, resetting stone facings that had slumped over the centuries. As they worked, they counted the slabs they were handling. The count did not stop until it had passed 700. This is the place the gateway was a doorway to. Here stand the royal tombs of the old capital, more than 20 of them, great stepped platforms built up from quarried coral slabs, terraced like flat pyramids. The grandest of them is fitted together with a precision that stops you in your tracks. Slabs 8 feet wide, set end to end with barely a gap, and at the corners, the masons cut the stone into an L shape so the joint would wrap cleanly around the angle. That is not the work of people improvising. That is the signature of a mature engineering tradition. And the tombs are only part of it. Surveys of the old capital have mapped a harbor, a stone wharf engineered to receive the great voyaging canoes, vessels that could carry 100 men. There were canals dug to move the stone inland by water. There were roads, ditches, and a great earthen fort, mapped in our own time by laser scanning from the air. This was a city built for ships, the seat of a maritime power. That power had a name the textbooks rarely teach. The Tui Tonga, the line of god-kings who ruled here, drew tribute every single year from islands scattered across an enormous reach of ocean, from Samoa, from the Lau Islands of Fiji, from Euvaea and Futuna and Niue. Their domain was not measured in fields and borders. It was measured in sea lanes. And here is where the old legend stops sounding like a fairy tale. Tradition says the gateway stones were carried by the demigod Maui from the island of Euvaea. Euvaea was real, and it lay inside this kingdom's tribute network, and the royal slabs genuinely did travel here by sea. The myth is not nonsense. It is memory, dressed in the language of gods. So why were you never taught about this empire? Partly because an empire of the ocean leaves almost nothing a classroom map can draw. No painted borders, no marching frontier. Its record was not kept in stone archives, but in genealogy and in spoken memory, the very kind of evidence that Western history spent a long time refusing to count. But the deeper mystery is not that the empire existed. The deeper mystery is that its skills appear in the record already mature, the joinery, the navigation, the moving of stone across water, as if the knowledge had been inherited from somewhere older, somewhere we have not yet found. But the network did not end at the empire's edge. In 2020, geneticists found where it truly reached, and it was nowhere anyone expected. Chapter 4, the contact that was not supposed to happen. For half a century, the idea was treated as fringe nonsense, the sort of thing that got a scholar quietly shown the door. The notion that the peoples of the Pacific had reached the shores of the Americas and come back long before any European crossed that ocean. Then it appeared in the pages of Nature, the most cautious and prestigious science journal on Earth. In July of 2020, a study analyzed the DNA of more than 800 living people from across the Pacific and the western coast of South America. The signal was unmistakable. Native American ancestry was woven into Polynesian genomes, and the contact that put it there happened around the year 1200. A single meeting before the most remote islands were even settled, between Pacific voyagers and a people most closely related to the indigenous inhabitants of what is now Colombia. Around the year 1200, the same century these very stones were raised. The genes do not stand alone. There is the humble sweet potato, a plant native to South America, and yet it was growing across the Pacific long before Columbus was born. Radiocarbon dated in the Cook Islands to a window between 1210 and 1400. There is even the word for it. In the Pacific, the plant is kumala. In the Quechua and Aymara, tongues of the Andes, it is kumar. Linguists do not think that is a coincidence. Now ask the question this discovery begs to have asked. The genes prove the meeting happened. The sweet potato proves that someone carried living cargo home across the ocean. So what else crossed with it? Across the Pacific, and here at this very site, there is a tradition of the kneeling figure, the posture carved into statues from island to island and tied to the throne of the king who built the gateway. And the same posture appears in stone on the far side of that ocean in the Americas. Did the architects of Tonga and their cousins carry their craft east to the shores of the Andes? Or did masters from the Andes leave their signature here in postures and in stone? The careful answer is that no one has proven either. The honest answer is that a meeting between two of the greatest building cultures on Earth, around the very century this gateway rose, is not the kind of meeting that leaves only a vegetable behind. If the textbooks could miss an entire ocean crossing, what else has fallen out of the record? Some of the answer lies in what these people chose to forget. Chapter 5, The King Who Measured the Sun. In May of 1967, the reigning king of Tonga stood at the gateway with a theory of his own. He had become convinced that a notch cut into the top beam was no accident, that it marked the rising sun at the turning points of the year, and that the whole structure was a calendar in stone, a device to fix the start of the new year. Tests were said to suggest an alignment with the longest and shortest days. I will be honest with you. This remains a royal hypothesis, never formally proven. But that is exactly what makes it alive. An open question left to us by a king who loved his own history enough to study it. His theory raises a harder question underneath it. How do we even know how old this gateway is? Not from any laboratory. The date of 1200 comes from genealogy, from counting backward through the long recorded line of god kings. And a king list can only ever give you a floor, never a ceiling. It tells you the thing is at least this old. It can never tell you it is not older. And the deep floor of these islands has been measured with real science. On this same island, coral tools left by the very first settlers were dated by the slow decay of uranium into thorium, a method precise to within about 8 years. They placed the first arrival of navigators here at around 826 years before Christ. More than 2,000 years of accumulated seafaring knowledge stood behind the hands that finally raised these stones. And across those 2,000 years, something strange happened, something that still has no agreed explanation. The first settlers arrived as fine potters, making delicate decorated vessels. Within roughly 150 years, the decoration vanished. Within a few centuries, the making of pottery ceased entirely and was never taken up again. Archaeologists admit this runs backward from almost everywhere else on Earth, where societies gain crafts as they grow more complex. Here, a people grew more powerful, built ships that crossed half the planet, hewed and raised stones of 40 tons, and let a whole technology fall silent. Sit with how strange that is. What erases a craft from an entire people? The cautious explanations speak of changing identity, of new materials, of fashion. But there is an older and darker possibility that this genre has never been afraid to name. When knowledge lives not in books but in living memory, in the hands of masters, it does not fade. It is cut. A great wave, a famine, a fleet of teachers lost at sea. One bad generation is all it takes to burn a library that never had walls. We know this. People forgot at least one technology. The question that should keep you up tonight is whether pottery is the only thing they lost or merely the only loss we can still detect. One island, one gateway, one act of deliberate forgetting. Now pull the camera back, all the way back, and watch the whole ocean light up with the same kind of secret. Chapter 6, The Ocean That Remembers. Far to the north, on the island of Pohnpei, a city sits half in the sea. Its name is Nan Madol, and it was built from an estimated 750,000 tons of black basalt stacked into walls on a reef, some of its stone columns weighing 80 to 90 tons each. And the people who remember it tell a story. They say 2 sorcerers, twin brothers, raised those impossible stones into place by making them fly. Here in Tonga, the people say their own gateway was carried by a demigod because the stones were too vast for mortal hands. 2 cultures, separated by thousands of miles of open water, who never knew each other, and the same kind of memory survives in both. When a technique is lost, what remains in the mouths of the descendants is the shape of wonder. The honest question is not whether stones truly flew. It is what method, now forgotten, would have looked like magic to the children of the people who lost it. The pattern does not stop there. On Savaii in Samoa stands the largest ancient structure in all of Polynesia, a great stone mound aligned to the four directions, raised in the same few centuries as everything else we have seen. And the oldest settlement ever found in Samoa was not found on land at all. It was found underwater, off the coast, because the sea has not stayed where it was. The shorelines of these islands have shifted by meters since ancient times, and the first chapters of this story may rest quietly on the seabed, waiting. Every one of these scattered peoples across the vast triangle of the Pacific kept the memory of a single lost homeland, a place they all called by versions of the same name, Hawaii. Scholars still argue over where it actually was. The argument itself is the mystery. And if you think the ocean cannot hide something on that scale, consider that it took until the year 2017 for geologists to confirm that an entire continent lies beneath these waters, a landmass they named Zealandia, 94% of it submerged, with Tonga sitting on its drowned rim. Geology says it sank long before any person walked the earth, but it is proof, written in the crust of the planet, that this ocean swallows land on the scale of continents, and that our maps were wrong about something that size until our own decade. And now return one last time to the socket we began with. The crown of an upright in Tonga, hollowed to seat its beam, and the crowns of the Sarsens at Stonehenge, hollowed the same way for the same purpose, two doorways joined by one idea with an entire planet between them. The careful explanation is convergence. Two cultures of builders solving one problem in the one sensible way. And that may well be true. But you have heard everything now. The navigators who crossed oceans when the experts swore they could not, the meeting with the Americas that science only just confessed to, the technology that vanished without reason, the homeland every island remembers and no scholar can find. So you have earned the right to ask the larger question out loud. Was there a seafaring tradition older than all of these? A knowledge of stone and stars and water that moved along the coasts of the ancient world and left its signature wherever it touched, in sockets and beams, in kneeling figures, in stories of stones that flew? Mainstream history says no, and then cannot tell you who taught the lesson twice. So what are we left with? Standing at the gateway as the light goes, not flying stones, perhaps not a Chinese fleet. Perhaps not even a drowned motherland, though the ocean above Zealandia keeps its own council. What is certain is harder to dismiss than any of those. A vast and distributed civilization of master builders and master navigators, proven capable of nearly everything the experts once swore was impossible, whose earliest chapters may lie beneath the waves, and whose memory survives in stone and in story long after the textbooks close the book. The gateway is its doorway, and after 800 years, it is still standing and still open. 8 centuries on, the gateway still faces the rising sun. So I will leave the question exactly where the king left it. What was it built to watch for? A doorway for a king's 2 sons? A calendar to catch the turning year? Or the signature of something older than any list of kings can count? Tell me your answer down in the comments, the one the textbooks would never print, and do not be shy with the bold ones. If you believe this ocean of monuments deserves more of its chapters told, subscribe and ring the bell. Next, we sail north to the city that legend says flew into place, the 750,000 tons of Nan Madol.